So it usually starts with a why. Even if it doesn't start with a why, once you start doing it, you want to go back and say, why am I doing this? Sometimes you question. Sometimes when you get frustrated with a job, you say, do I really want this? What is my purpose? We start questioning. People say we have midlife crisis. Midlife crisis is nothing but people reaching a certain point in their life and saying, why am I doing what I'm doing? So far I've been just doing programming. Do I really want to be a programmer all my life, or do I want to get into project management, or do I want to become an entrepreneur, product manager? So this is a very critical question that we as human beings are constantly asking this question. If you are not asking this question, particularly as we grow older, we are constantly asking this question all the way till the time we die. What is the purpose of life? Why am I here? The why question is a very important question. In fact, if you are interested, maybe we can send some links. There's a guy called Simon Sinek, whose videos you can see. Very powerful videos just all around the why. In fact, he makes a very compelling story about the Wright brothers. They are the guys who came up with the first aircraft. You've seen the video. So by the way, a lot of people don't know that in parallel, there was another very famous engineer who had been given, I think, at that time $1 billion to crack the problem of flying an aircraft. These guys had actually no money. There were two brothers, the Wright brothers, living in rural Illinois or Ohio, some not very educated. But all they were doing was they were tinkering, trying, they were bootstrapped, they were like garage entrepreneurs. They had no complicated labs and so on. This guy had all the engineers, he had all the labs, he had all the equipment. And he couldn't crack it, and these guys cracked it, and Simon Sinek makes the argument that their why was so strong, their purpose was very different. Their purpose was to invent something. The other guy's purpose was very different. His purpose was to, solve an engineering problem. So, purpose can make a huge difference. So anyway, there's a lot written about this, and our whole Indian philosophy is about why, right? So you start with the why. Then the question is, once you know your purpose, where are you going? What is your goal? What is your target? Okay? So this is actually where. Where as in, not general direction, but what is the point? And usually, this is what vision is. Okay? Now, people often confuse these words. Don't get confused by the English. A lot of people call this vision, call this mission, and it's okay, it doesn't matter. There's no right answer, and one doesn't have to be perfect. What you have to be clear is what is the logic. That why and where are two very different things. People may call it vision, target, goal, Muqam, Manzil, whatever, right? But these are two very different aspects of every project, every life, every leadership manifesto. Okay? So it's more important to understand the intent, which is why I'm writing these questions. It's easier to remember these questions intuitively than these labels. These labels can change. This is Angrezi, this is English, doesn't matter what you call it. But from why becomes the where. This is very intuitive, Your why could be that, listen, I'm feeling very tired, I want to go on a vacation. Right? So that could be your why. But where do you want to go on vacation? Do you want to go to India? Do you want to go abroad? Do you want to go in India, or do you want to go to Ladakh? When you go abroad, do you want to go to Africa, or do you want to go to Italy? Right? That's what this one is. Your why will never be fulfilled. It's a constant search. Your vision actually can be fulfilled. And so once the vision is fulfilled, you change the vision. It's like companies you see all the time that my target is to reach 100 crores. Once you reach 100 crores, your target can become 500 crores. But you are still making shoes. Or you are still making walking comfortable for people, whatever your mission might be. Right? That doesn't change. This is much more everlasting, evergreen. SAP's mission of enabling businesses to be more productive and efficient will never change. But they may say that, I don't know how big they are, but they may say I want to be a 1 trillion valuation like some of the tech companies today. What will it take to do that? That's my target. So these are two very distinct things. Often people get them confused and they are not able to separate the two. They confuse the two. But these are very distinct things, and as a leader, right now you are applying to yourself in this exercise, but I wanted to take this opportunity to introduce the larger concept of mission and vision. And they are two very distinct, they go together, but they are two very distinct things. I want to stop and see if you have any questions. Is the distinction clear? Sometimes intuitively it's very easy, but we still get confused between the two.
Yeah, so why you say it can never be accomplished?
Why is a lifelong quest?
Yeah, but it is about changing your visions rather than.
You can change your mission also. It's not like you can't. Sometimes when we say we start something and it doesn't go well, we give up, we change. So mission does change, but typically once something is working, then missions tend to be slightly more foundational. They are much more to your core. But finish your question.
I was thinking like once you have accomplished something, then the vision changes.
Yes. Yes.
But we have actually achieved the earlier vision.
Yes. So vision can keep changing. That's what I'm saying. Vision typically is measurable, right? And achievable, right? So his mission is to bring in the same kind of engineering and maintenance capability to the Air Force, if I can just loosely say that, right? That is his mission. That's what he's committed to. Or his mission is curiosity. That is his mission. Personal mission is curiosity. Mission for his work is to make Indian Air Force as robust as other forces around the world, or bring in some of the private sector practices into the Air Force, right? But his vision could be that right now I'm going to enable us to carry out repairs on the Israel fleet in India rather than having to go to the Israelis each time. And once he's done with that, he would then say, my now vision is to make the French fleet also similarly capable. In his curiosity mission, which is a personal vision, his vision could be that, okay, for now I want to learn about digital leadership. But after he's done with the BBA, he may then decide that he wants to get a master's in innovation management. So you see the distinction between the two. The curiosity mission continues, and he may be on a curiosity mission for the rest of his life. But somewhere along the way, maybe in 10 years, he'll say that, this curiosity thing is great. Hey, I have it. But I don't know. I now want to help people. Because curiosity is a very self-driven mission. At that point, he may decide, ho gaya curiosity, I have satisfied myself, I want to give to the world. I want to now do work on social equity for the rest of my life, ensuring that people who are disadvantaged are helped by people like me. So he changed his mission. But usually people don't change mission that frequently because it is much more deeper and fundamental. Does that explain? Other questions? Okay.
Here, Sir, I connect with you totally, but I think, sir, it is easier for an individual to change his mission, vision, as he wishes or she wishes. But for a corporate, or a standard-sized company, means medium to large-scale company, it's way too difficult to change the vision.
Yes, agreed. Agreed. I mean, if you look at a pharmaceutical company, for example, most pharmaceutical companies will say that their mission is to save lives. Right? Now, as long as you are a pharma company, your mission is not going to change too much. Right? But your vision might change that, you know, in the next 5 years, I want to become a leader in cancer treatment. Or I want to become a leader in cardiac medicines. So that can keep changing, but you are still saying larger mission of saving lives remains. So it's much more enduring. It's much more sustaining. It's much more. I give you the example of Ashoka University. You know, I can give you we are here to provide liberal arts education. Our mission is that we provide a different kind of education and make it all inclusive, so that even people who come from underprivileged, poor backgrounds can come. So we give lots of scholarships. But our vision can keep changing. Right now, our big thing is to introduce science into the curriculum. So we will measure ourselves by the fact that, you know, 30% of our students will be enrolled in science programs. That is very measurable and achievable. After that, we may choose to bring in management into our education. Right? So the vision keeps changing. But just to move on in the interest of time, the question is, once you know where you are going, suppose where you are going is going to Goa, you can drive to Goa, you can take the train to Goa, you can fly to Goa. I don't know if there are ferries to Goa. Some crazy people may think about walking or running to Goa. Right? There are multiple ways of getting there. So the question is, this is the one that we most intuitively jump to, which is how, right? And often in management terms we call this strategy. These are basically the actions that you take. So once you say, this is where I want to reach or where I want to go, then you start thinking about what actions will I take to get there. So if you think about this, it makes logical sense, which is why you figure out the why. From the why you figure out where do you want to go, and where you want to go, you want to know how you want to go. I was just asking him, my first thing was like, wait, he wants to be a world leading shoe brand. Now I assumed that he was making his shoes in India. But his strategy is no, I'm not only sourcing from India, I'm actually sourcing from all over. He also has another interesting strategy. He's actually bought the brand from another, he calls himself Bugatti. I didn't know he doesn't look Italian to me. It's a very famous Italian brand. So then I became aware of the strategy that you can actually buy license for brands. They told me I can buy the Ferrari brand if I want. So those are strategies that he's using certain actions to achieve the goal of being a global footwear brand. Okay? This again you can apply to your own life. If you want to say that, you know, I want to become a thought leader, one strategy is to go and do the DBA from Golden Gate University. Or if you want recognition, you want to become wiser, greater, right? So you come with it, that's part of your strategy. It's a very deliberate strategy you are following. Others are not following that strategy. They may have the same vision, but you are following this strategy. Others may follow some other strategy. And this is the what. And the what typically is very foundational. So it's at the bottom of the pyramid. Just as this is important, this is also very important. And these are the values. Now, often people think of values as honesty, integrity, transparency, ethical, These are human values. Nobody will argue with this. To be good, to be empathetic, to be compassionate, to be kind. This is the English definition of values. This is the commonly accepted definition of values. These have been taught to us for centuries and these are inherent in all human beings. So when thinking about values, one needs to think beyond these obvious values. Most companies or most individuals generally think of these obvious values as values. Of course, these are good values. Integrity is a good value. Everybody should have integrity, whatever you do, right? There's no debate. Here the values are much more around how will you take decisions? How will you make choices? To give you a quick example, if you have to go to Goa, there are decisions about how you will go, where you will stay, what kind of ways in which you will entertain yourself, how much money will you spend, how much time will you spend. Now, you can decide yourself all those decisions, or if you are going as a family, then you'll have to decide how much control do you give to your family members, how much say will your spouse or partner have, will you be very involved in, will you involve your kids in your decision if your kids are going. If you are going with friends, often when we go with friends, it's huge problem in decision making, right? How democratic will you be about where you are going to have dinner tonight? So the value there will be, are you going to be decision making by consensus or are you going to be autocratic? Are you going to say, listen, I know Goa best, leave it on me? That's the question of values. So for example, in a university setting, we say that we'll create a student-centric university. That sounds great. But when I went to study at IIT, it was not student-centric. In fact, once you get into IIT, you are treated like dirt. In the hierarchy of faculty, staff, administrators, students are the worst. In fact, the local mess staff are also unionized. So if you complain about the food, they'll go on strike. Students have no say in what to eat. But here I'm sure at Atlas, this is the local university that is run by Aakrit, students have a problem, they'll go straight to the chancellor. Right? And they'll say, I noticed that the cookies being served here are pretty good, right? You won't see that at any university, right? The reason is because you want to look after the students. You want the students to say they are fee-paying students who are paying a lot of money. You better give them good food, otherwise they start complaining. You look at the facilities and these classrooms. These are normal classrooms. It's stunning, right? So, student centricity is a value. That is why these decisions have been taken. Otherwise, why would you run a class in an expensive facility like this? You can go half an hour away by train and let people go there, right? And it doesn't have to be an air-conditioned building. So, the value here is of student centricity. So, similarly, when you say that this is where the mission and the values can sometimes get confused. Is your mission to be curious? Is your mission to be people-centric? Or is people-centricity your value? Right? Those are same yet different things. When you say people-centricity is my mission, then you will do a lot to help other people. You are doing everything to influence, impact people. If you say people-centricity is my value, then it basically means that you will take the consideration of other people constantly into account. You will worry about what other people are doing, right? If an employee comes to you and says that they need an extra 1 week for a honeymoon after their vacation, after their wedding, you will say, "Acha, theek hai, ek hi baar hota hai in one's life a wedding, so I'll allow them to go on a vacation." But I've equally seen bosses say nothing doing. You took 3 days vacation for wedding, who cares? I didn't go on a honeymoon, why should you go on a honeymoon? So now their values are very different from yours. You are very people-centric. They are only work-centric. They don't care. They don't think a honeymoon after a wedding. And this is a live situation that is happening in my company right now, where 2 people are arguing whether this girl should go on a honeymoon or not. And again, the husband has decided that they are going on a honeymoon. So she just got married into a very conservative family, and she's saying, shit, I can't tell him now, and they will get annoyed. So think about the husband's values and the family's values, the girl's values, the boss's values and my values, where I'm saying, once in a lifetime, she wants to go, let her go. But the manager is saying, Pramath, I didn't get to go on a honeymoon, why should she go on a honeymoon? So this is a clash of values. When we say values are clashing, those are the values that come into play. So the question is here, basically, oops, I have to use my finger. What will I do and not do, right? This is not about values as in whether I'm being honest or transparent or ethical. This is about what will I compromise on or what will I not compromise. Sometimes we say those things, right? Punctuality is a big value for me because I remember one time early in my career I showed up for a meeting. I was the junior most in the room. I had to my team was making a presentation. I was in the consulting business. All my seniors were late. Consultants are notorious for being late, by the way. They are all client service oriented. The value is client service. They all say client first, but they won't show up on time. And I'm saying this myself, having been a consultant. They think they are so important, they are working so hard, they are doing last minute stuff. Of course, client will understand that they are working hard for you. But in this meeting, what happened was, I was there, rest of people were not there. The client got up, the CEO was a strict guy, he had a different set of values. He just shut the door. And he said, okay, now you represent the firm, please make the presentation. And I was like, sweating. And then my bosses came and stood outside the glass door and they were saying, let us in. And the CEO sitting there, he said, no, you're not going to touch the door. You stand there and you make the presentation. And I had to make a presentation of a presentation that I had not created, I had not got the full picture, I had never made a presentation to that trauma of that moment is so strong that I always try and show up on a meeting 5 minutes in advance. I don't care whether it is raining, whether it's traffic or whatever. So my value is punctuality, right? And most people won't understand, yeah, Bombay mein 10 minutes late, Pramath, why are you getting so upset? So it's little things like that that create values, right? I wear these kurta pajamas. Now most people think that I want to be a politician. What they don't realize is that the only reason I wear it is because I grew up like this and I'm very comfortable. And all the years that I worked as a consultant, I had to only wear a suit, a tie and black polished shoes. And I used to always feel like that, right? When I'm teaching and when I'm doing this, it's just much more comfortable. And honestly, what people don't know is that I have a Canadian passport, so I can never be a politician in India. So I'm very clear that I will never be a politician. That's not who I am. And the only reason I'm wearing this is because I am proud of my heritage and I just feel comfortable. So that's what values here are. They are not the values of morality and what is right versus wrong. This is how you may think my values are wrong. It's okay. These are my values. This is not those universal, divine, human values that we are talking about. So I want to stop here and say that today what we are going to do is come up with what is your leadership, I combined SNH, manifesto, right? And the format that we've created is roughly this. It doesn't look like that, but it has all these same elements. So the logical way to think about it is this, right? Now, you can start with how are you doing things today, and then go back to why are you doing it, where are you going? Or you can start here and say, what am I doing? You can start with your values and see whether you are, right? Obviously, what you recognize is that this needs to be aligned and consistent, right? has to flow from the other, and this has to connect to that, and that has to connect to that, and that has to connect to that, and so on. It can't just be random four things that you say. So what we are going to do today is come up with these. If you look at this last page, it basically has values and beliefs, vision and mission is basically combined, action steps is nothing but strategy, and these are actually the implementation of the next steps, the last two, right? What are you actually going to do after this, and what help do you need to do that, right? Sorry? Sorry? Stepping stone is basically strategy, same as what are the things that you need to do to achieve the mission, vision? Sorry? Action steps is one level below that, right? So action steps is okay, now buy the air tickets for Goa, make the reservation for the hotel, make the plans for where you're going to eat, all that, right? So that's the next level of the strategy. But if you look at the first three boxes, the first box is this, the second box is this, and the action steps box is this. Okay. It's not depicted that way there, but I just wanted you to understand the framework or the theory behind that. Right? Make sense? So, any questions or clarifications or any doubts, any examples you want to share or clarify in your head if you're confused? Well, we can do that. This is a workshop, so I'm not just giving lectures. You can talk to me as we do this. Is that okay? Yeah.
So, sir, you are telling me that this values and beliefs is can have individualistic and also organization. Here you are more focused on our.
This exercise right now is focused on you and your leaderships. This can be applied to organization, it can be applied to country, it can be applied to Air Force, it can be applied to your unit, but right now, right here, we are focused on you and your leadership.
And the vision and mission also
is for you and your leadership. What kind of a leader do you want to be? Why do you want to be that kind of a leader? Yeah. And by the way, don't worry, we are not looking for you for the perfect answer in this meet. This is just to get you going.
Right? It's like somebody is a manager. We are discussing that.
Yeah.
Somebody is a manager, and somebody is a salaried employee, I mean to say, and somebody is an entrepreneur.
Okay. What's your question?
But this
can apply to all of them, each of them, and each of their maps will be different.
So the values are again, they are not those human values, they are not those one-liner qualities like integrity, honesty, happy, much deeper.
What really matters to you? One other way to think about that is what really makes you angry. What makes you angry about other people's behavior? What frustrates you about your own behavior? With some of the best people you know, why do you like them? You have role models, why do you like them? You have mentors, why do you like them?
But my preferences are coming back to those human values.
So then you have to push yourself a little bit because those human values are common. So I'm being a bit prescriptive and provocative, and I'm saying if you're just sticking to those human values and you're not pushing yourself hard to say, what do I really care about? Honesty and integrity, all of us care. But what else do you care about? What makes you angry? Let me ask you now. What makes you angry?
It's like deceitful, so it's again dishonesty, right?
Okay, but what else makes you angry?
Arrogance. Maybe lack of trust.
Yes, a lack of trust. So what creates lack of trust in your case? What is trust is such a broad word. So I would just probe that. Right? Is it that people say one thing and don't say another thing and don't follow up? Right? Is it therefore credibility? Is it what they say? Is it that commitment? Or is it so? I think making it more about the workplace may help. So try and bring it to your workplace, and that will get you away from just human values. So at work, what kind of people do you pick? Of course, you pick honest people, hardworking people, go, you know. But what else do you value in the people that you pick at work? People who go beyond the call of duty, that could be your value. Do you like people who don't complain about working weekends? And it may not be right or wrong. I may think, how can you make people work weekends? I don't know. I am very protective. Everybody these days talks about work-life balance, right? So there'll be people who say, sorry, I'm not going to Bombay on a Sunday to do these workshops. Right? So that's a value. And by the way, I do have a value that from 5 p.m. on Saturday to 9 a.m. on Monday morning, I don't want to work. I work so hard during the week, I don't have boundaries, right? So I need one day off. So now, sometimes you make an exception to your values. But then you really make an exception. This is an exception that proves the rule. You otherwise won't find me here on a Sunday. I'm already negotiating with them that next Saturday I can't teach because it's somebody's birthday and I have to be there. And like 6:30 to 8 p.m. You know. So I'm just saying, the birthday, the person matters more to me than the class. And you may think that, how can you do this, Pramath? There's 25 people in the class and they need to be, somebody needs to teach them and GGU will not allow somebody else to treat them. And I'm saying, boss, to me this person matters more than me. So that's our personal value. It's not a universal value. Somebody could argue that, karam karo, right? This is your duty and responsibility, 25 people, who cares about whether you are at a birthday party or not. So some of these things are slightly deeper and part of this exercise is to force you to think deeply, right?
So in that case, can we say both strategy and values go hand in hand?
But technically all these go hand in hand, but these are somewhat again more enduring, right? You won't change your values every day based on different strategy.
Or in that case, when you are just creating your action plan values and strategy, when you are just creating your action plan, you will have to work on your decision making also, right?
Yes, of course.
So both going.
No, so that's why I'm saying they do both go hand in hand. But I'll give you an example. Okay, my wife is very nitpicky and finicky about where she will stay when we travel. The place has to be clean. The bathrooms have to be clean. So, if my values are that I have to take my wife's comfort into account, I'm just using a personal example, right? When I'm traveling to Goa or I'm traveling to Edinburgh, I will be prepared to spend a certain amount of money, so my action plan will look different, right? I'll stay in 4 or 5 star hotels and I'll do a little bit more due diligence. I'll look at the comments made by people on the, right? To see has anybody complained of cockroaches or hair on the bed and stuff like that, right? But if I'm traveling, I look at it and say, decent hotel, well located, right next to the airport, I'm just going for a meeting, 1 night, 2 nights, who cares, just take, right? So yes, you are right, so my strategy in both cases changes, but my values don't change. If my wife travels with me, if I'm coming to Bombay for a day, then I better stay in a good hotel. So that's what I mean, and I think something similar will happen even if I take a work example, for example, right? Now, let's take the example of Ashoka University. We are saying we'll launch master's programs, right? There are different strategies followed by different departments launching master's programs. Everybody wants to launch a master's. Some departments are saying we'll do 2-year masters, some are saying 1-year masters, some are saying 18-month masters, some are saying more experiential masters, some are saying masters will be research. Let them do different strategies. Okay? But my values is that a high quality masters costs 10 lakhs in this country. I'm using that as an example too. So, English department can't come and tell me that, oh, but I can offer my masters for 5 lakhs. Why should I offer for 10 lakhs? And biology department come and say, well, I have lots of labs, I'll offer it for 15 lakhs. Right? Now, this university has uniformity of fees and uniformity of quality, right? So I will tell them, listen, no, you can't do that. university offers master's courses at different price points. At least the best universities in the world don't. Some universities do private. And so we can't do that. That sends the wrong signal. That's my value. That won't change.
But my question is totally different.
Okay, tell me.
If you are just mapping these things on an individual level,
Okay.
your action plan will always go to safeguard your values.
Yes, yes, yes.
So where is the question of safeguarding your wife's values? Like what is the favor that you are doing for your wife to respect her decision? So where is the value in this?
The value is that I have created the value that for my family members I will change my own preferences. That's the value. There will be husbands who will say, I don't care, boss. You come and stay in a 3-star hotel because I'll stay in a 3-star hotel. No, it's fine, it's not good enough for you. Or wives may say that too, so don't need to make a gender bias comment. But spouses have these kind of conflicts, right? And it's basically a conflict of values, one person is saying, listen, let's save, the other person is saying, hey, for your comfort, or for my comfort, at least please be willing to spend. So that's the clash. So now you have to come up with some middle ground, right, in that situation.
Yeah, we had a discussion this morning, so I just got.
I hope it got sorted out. Okay. So far so good. We'll clarify this as we go along. So now let's, in the interest of time, let's go to this. And keep this at the back of your mind. These are just tools to help you develop this, right? So we'll start with this. You were saying something? Okay. You were looking at me very.
No, I was just looking at the screen.
Okay. So just follow the template and answer the questions. So the first set is this is going to help you get to the first thing about your mission, right? And don't worry if you don't get the sharpest answer, because like I said, you have to go through all of this to make sure. So you'll have to keep going back and forth between these, right? You won't get this answer, then this answer, then this answer, or the way it is given. So this is an iterative process. So just answer the first part of it. Why do you do what you do? Whatever it is that you do right now. Okay? And there are other questions there which are self-explanatory. If you are having trouble answering them or getting clarity on them, just raise your hand now. Yeah. Follow whatever logic. This is like I said, it's a tool.
This is about what we do at work, right?
What you do at work right now. And it's only to help you think through the why.
I think we might need a pencil and eraser.
You might need pencil. We can give you extra form as well.
Exactly.
We'll give you an extra sheet maybe. Some extra paper we have. Yeah, so no, concern area is, if your answer is this, then are there any concerns about this? Do you have any, is there something that's not going well, or do you have any doubts? It's that concern. Concern is a challenge. That's what it is, right? struggling with?
Why are you wanting that?
Think about the class,
Think about what?
what we covered in class.
You want to be.
I think we covered the triad, right? Class. We covered those three aspects of leadership: performance, people, and self. So if leadership is about those three things, which of those three things really? You're a leader. You could be a leader because you really want to achieve big things. Right performance, right? Your performance company's performance. You're ambitious. You could be a leader because you really want to grow yourself, which is also part. You want to discover who you are, what are you capable of. You care less about your achievements, you care about putting yourself through challenges to say, oh, wow. So which of those are true? Is it the sense of achievement or is it the sense of discovery? Is it because you want to leave a legacy? Or is it because for a personal satisfaction? That's what is forcing you to process. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. 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 So should I? Yeah. People don't give it the same importance that I do. That's no concern. There's no right answer to this. It's whatever you feel. Yeah. It could be either or both. Others may not. Yeah, so that's getting others. In fact, a lot of people are talking, have said that. That they do what they do, but their concern is that others don't think that that is important. That is the big concern. Yeah. So, yeah. So that could be a concern. Is there any aspect of your leadership? We talked a lot about leadership in class, right? Leading performance, leading people, leading self. So one way to think about it is on any of those three dimensions. Do I feel exposed or not? Yeah. There's stuff that I need to improve, and have I ever been given a feedback that I'm not doing this? If you filled out the first part, or if you're taking too much time, maybe move to the second part, and you can always come back to the first part. Keep going through the rest of it. Yeah. It is okay. It is okay. When I did my exercise like this when I was at McKinsey, it led me to leave McKinsey. might soon come to an end.
Just 3 years.
No.
The audition for
But you know, exercises like this give us a chance to see why I want to do what I want to do, what my values are, does it match with what I want to do? And it actually brings that. Second line is about leadership, yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah. No, and sometimes we identify the conflict, but we are willing to live with that conflict, and sometimes we actually go change things, right? You can ask for a role change, boss change, area change. Not that I'm suggesting that to you, you know, these types of exercises lead to those kinds of outcomes. Okay. Seems like a lot of work, but it isn't. It's more intimidating than it is. Just follow the logic here.
I would also like to point out we have waiting list review for this mission.
Putting time pressure now. Yes.
We have a lot of ground to cover.
I took up too much time in giving the explanation, but I think that learning is much more important. This we can clarify as we go along.
Some of those parts may sort of overlap. So if you do feel like you've covered it before, you don't need to fill it out.
Yeah, and I think also by now, just keep this in front of you to see if some of these are getting clarified as you are doing the exercise, right? Don't fill it in now, but you know that that is where this is headed. So, are you getting some clarity on those boxes or not as you are doing this exercise? Ultimately, that's the objective of the exercise.
fairness in class. But
Push yourself a little bit more.
that's
You should not forget. It's okay. Maybe you want to keep that. Just push yourself.
because I was hurt very early on in life. I was promised a career as a start using the
So keeping your promise is what I give it a slight more nuance. Keeping to meeting commitments. Meeting. Never always delivering what you promise. That would be a better value than saying trust. The moment you go to the actual thing, then you are quickly able to articulate it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is basically some no, it says that the meaning change, right? Yeah, no. So this means that what do you feel like talking about in the radio? Whether there's a chance. What are the things that you like to talk about? That may give you clues, that may give you clues about it. So you want to talk about work, you want to talk about people, you want to talk about challenges, how do you yeah, so this is again a tool thing, but one, if you can't think about what your beliefs are, you may want to go back and say, when it comes to conversations, the one thing you always talk about. That's your belief. That's what this means. Then your friend will say, ये तो हमेशा ऐसे होता है. system you know? Support system is that, you know, if my action plan is that to be, my leadership manifesto is that I want to be a better coach, which is one of your stepping stones, is that you want to become a better coach. So the support you need is that you need support in finding coachees, or you need support from the people who you are going to coach. Without that, you won't be able to coach, right? You can't just say, I'm going to be a coach and not have anybody to coach. So you'll need the support to get some coaches, right? By coaches, you know what I mean, people to coach. So that's what it means. What are the enabling factors? Otherwise, you will not be able to do your stepping stone.
Got it.
You will not be able to take action. Yes, sir. Yeah. So this, when you go back to this concern area, these concern areas. Yeah. So you're mapping that here, and now looking at the conflict between this and this. Yeah. Try to finish the form in the next 3-4 minutes, and then we'll take an extra 10 minutes to just try and fill the main template. Okay? Because I think you probably should have enough to start doing like a first pass at that, and then you can make a final version later. But
So, one thing, when you're filling out the main template, please use the markers that we provided. Because I think otherwise it may get smudged.
smudged. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no. There are these black marker pens. Okay, no, you take your time. Sir, very good.
individuals, anybody you think you need support of. They mentioned, I will need the support of people who can afford to go online. do a quick illustration of, I quickly did build out the template for myself, right? To show you what it could sound like. So, what are my values and beliefs? I think my values and beliefs are that in whatever I do, I want to be doing things that make a difference. Otherwise, I don't want to do that. Where I want to have, I like to do things which have an impact. I like to do new things. So whenever something comes to me and says, Pramath, get involved, do this, I want to be able to say, what is new about it? Otherwise, I'll give you my gyan that you go do it. And third, I want to be inspirational to people. I want to, by my actions, I want people to say, you know, what he's doing is inspiring. So these are my values and beliefs, right? Now, vision and mission. My mission is to contribute to and help others. Now that sounds very generic, right? It's like saying I want to go on a vacation or I want to improve people's walking comfort. But my vision is that in the next few years I want to really contribute to making high quality higher education institutions, HEIs in that. So that's what I'm going to measure myself against. Can I make Ashoka and ISV even better? I created Harappa, which became part of upGrad. That was part of it. What are my stepping stones? I need to develop a network of coaches, mentees, and make time for that. I want to help Ashoka and ISV, and I also want to invest in my personal growth. I'm at an age in life, I just turned 60, I want to give some time to myself. I've been working very hard. So these are my 3 stepping stones. And then I'm saying, what am I going to do the action required for that? So one is I need to just try and allocate time to these 3. Okay, because I have 3 stepping stones. I need to be able to give time to each of these, right? Like, these are all very different things. And for each, I'm not very good at planning and prioritizing. So I'm making a mental note to myself that if I have to make these things happen, not only do I have to allocate time, then with the limited time I need to prioritize. Otherwise, 5 people come to me, I start coaching and mentoring them, and then the other thing suffers. And then in the end, I have no personal growth. Time left. So I have to prioritize, and I have to get someone to be on top of me to monitor me. Because my problem is that I will not be very disciplined about it. I know that. And therefore, I'm saying that in terms of support, I need the support of my office. I have actually 2-3 people who work very closely with me, my 2 assistants, secretary, people who plan appointments. I can tell them, listen, please make sure that I'm allocating equal time and so on. I have to communicate this to my colleagues who work with me every day so that they understand that these are my priorities. I have a certain set of partners I work with, so they should know, and I need all their support to make this happen. So this is simply my leadership manifesto that I've created. Make sense? So you need to create something like this for us. It's relatively simple, and it's you. There's no right answer. It's not Sis's manifesto. It's not Sandhya's manifesto. It's Pramath's manifesto. And Pramath can talk authentically about it. What we can do is we can wrap up in 2 minutes and then take a 5-minute break. Since Mayank is already here for the next session, we'll do the conversation and maybe we can continue this over lunch. And I'll be here anyway and we can have a more discussion rather than being rushed about it. It's an artificial deadline, is an important piece of work. And anyway, you may not be fully happy with what you've come up with today. It's just the start of that process. And I'm happy to help you think through if you are getting caught up in something. So we'll take a break now, wrap up for now, and then come back at it during lunch or later. But we'll close this session now. So when you want to make any announcement?
Yeah, so just wanted to let you know that this leadership manifesto that you, the idea, as you heard right at the start, it's like a public declaration of sorts. Of course, you don't need to get it completely right now, like that we can keep working on. But the idea is that this, the paper that you just saw, that you want to maybe put it in a prominent place, either in your work, either at your workplace or at home, such that let's say it sparks conversations about this and it keeps coming back as a reminder for you. Secondly, we are also going to be sharing a LinkedIn post with you, which you can also sort of share on your professional networks, as your professional network is aware that this is my leadership manifesto, this is what I have in mind, and these two things we are hoping that you'll be able to do. Even if you're not able to do it right now, we'll share the LinkedIn post.
Yeah, you can do it whenever you feel ready for it. This is not a requirement. Whenever you feel you've got the content, or if you feel comfortable sharing it publicly. Okay? Thank you so much, and we take a 5-minute break and come back sharp at 12:45. Let's do a quick bio break. Yeah, please.
Probably you can just do.
Nice.
Okay, so we'll move on to the next session of the day. For this discussion, we're going to fireside discussion on entrepreneurship in the digital age. So for this discussion, we'll have both Dr. Pramath and our very distinguished speaker, Mayank Kumar, who is the founder and MD of upGrad. So Mayank, he was 40 under 40 achievers by Economic Times in 2023. India's
We'll start this thing.
Come, Pradeep.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Hi. Good.
He was India's top 200 self-made entrepreneurs of the millennia 2023 by IDFC First Bank and winner of the Personality of the Year Award at 8 FICCI Higher Education Excellence Awards 2022. So welcome, Mayank Kumar.
Then just the third one that you mentioned, I
Yes.
came after you, right?
Yes, so
A couple.
You didn't mention the interesting stuff.
Okay.
The interesting stuff is that he's an ISB alum.
Yeah.
So I often tell people that my business was acquired by an ISB alum. And then I tell people that is why I set up ISB, that one day I would set up a business that one of our alums would acquire. But yes, this one award that she mentioned as FICCI Higher Education Personality of the Year, so Mayank got it. But in the previous year, I had got it.
So and the following is a footstep of Pramath. So Pramath does something.
At a much younger age. I took many years to get there. He's still like half my age and he got there.
Because you provided.
Yeah.
But
the platform.
But Mayank is also a marathoner.
A marathon.
Half marathon?
Full.
So talk about how many marathons you've done?
I was supposed to go, so I've done 10-15 marathons, but I was supposed to take a morning 4 o'clock, I had a marathon plan. So I was exchanging messages with Pramath at about 9:30, 10 o'clock that look, tomorrow let's catch up. And then the marathon was supposed to start at 4:30. I slept at 12 o'clock. I woke up, sore throat, little fever, and then I said, no, today I'm not going. But when you do these marathons, usually we start at about 4 o'clock, 4:30. That's the time Mumbai is fully empty and nobody is on the road, and you just sort of continue to run and sort of enjoy, and nobody will disturb you also. So it's the most peaceful time to think about everything in the process. But marathon teaches a lot of things. I guess today we are not talking about marathon, but it's an open session.
Well, you've been on a marathon to build upGrad.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So we'll start with the fireside discussion. So this fireside discussion will focus on exploring the nuances of what it takes and means to be an entrepreneur in the digital age, what challenges often plague the leaders' lives, and how leaders and founders stay abreast when it comes to the happenings all around and use it to their advantage. And how do they align people, processes, and technology as an entrepreneur in the digital age? So we're going to do it in a question and answer round. And my first question is to you, Mayank. So how has digital transformation impacted the field of education and learning? And what does it mean to be a digital leader in this sector?
So it would be great if this could be more sort of question and answer and more conversational round. So maybe I'll start by something, because this topic is about digital leadership and so on and so forth. So I think when we were looking at starting upGrad, it was 2014, 15. And I think early days I came and met you also just before starting of upGrad to talk that how can you build a platform where you can train a lot of people at scale? Because I think a lot of institutions are high selectivity criteria. So you get great people in and you make them greater. So there is that selection bias. So I think my question to Pramath at that time was that instead of being very selective, can I be eliminative? And we eliminate people who are not coming at a certain level, and then sort of move up the approach there. So when we started upGrad, many people, like one of the first questions that I asked myself was that I have to believe in something that nobody else believes in, because then only you are going to create something unique, something interesting, something sort of differentiated. And when you looked at education, at that time people said education, let's disrupt education. This was a good word, and I think digital word led to this word disruption getting used very loosely in various conversations. To me, it was always a thought process that, look, I don't want to disrupt education. I just want to understand why education happens the way it has happened, and therefore use technology to deliver it better. And that's the thought process with which we started upGrad. Because if you look back in the history, one of the first disruption that happened in education was when textbook got printed. Printing press was the first disruption, and many people said, okay, if you teach good, I can print textbooks and take you to different places. Then after some time, there was a big disruption that came in because postal networks started becoming very big. So people were printing textbook and sending across to postal code and saying, I can teach a lot of people, and that's where one technology would disrupt education. But nothing got disrupted in the process. Then we got radio. People said technology, it will disrupt education. I think one of the first lecture came from Boston to New York, and people were listening to that sort of lecture, and they said, today education will get disrupted fully. That technology did not disrupt education. Then came television, and this time they said, no, it's just not voice, but voice plus audio and video. We will be able to deliver education much better. Again, nothing much happened, and then internet came. And this was around 2011-12. This was the year of MOOCs. Everybody said this is the year of MOOCs, which is a massive online open courses. And then 2012 was death of MOOCs, and 2013 was reinvention of MOOCs. So the truth, I was searching for something as to what is it that we are missing out in all those areas, and therefore more than it was technology first, it was education first thought process. Why did education not get disrupted across the various sort of spectrum? And I think one of the things that I realized at that time was that at each point of technology disruption, we were trying to disseminate, education in a better manner. If education was going on in a live classroom environment, we were recording it and sending it across on television. If the faculty was teaching, we were recording it and sending it across in a different manner. But we were not reinventing education for the digital age. We were trying to just take what was happening in a classroom, record. I think there used to be, I don't know if you remember, Doordarshan had a channel called Gyan Darshan. So Gyan Darshan had got the best IIT faculty, the best IIM faculties. They were all recorded and they were distributed on Doordarshan.
But recorded in a classroom.
In a classroom, exactly. Yeah. So it was designed to record what was happening in a classroom into a digital age, and therefore maybe the first lesson that I wanted to sort of share here was that you have to reinvent the process for the digital age versus force-fitting a process with digital coming in, which is that how do you change the entire approach of learning, and that's where initial thought process was that we will go with a full stack approach to education. We said we'll create great content, but the content will be designed for digital platforms and not the content that was taught in the offline space. So we said all content will be 6 minutes, 8 minutes, 15 minutes long in duration, and there will be question that will pop up. We said at that point of time of content that the content has to be slightly more new age, because a lot of content was like Doordarshan style, and you get bored over a period of time. And there used to be this thing of we said we can't make a HBO or Game of Thrones. It's very difficult to build a Game of Thrones of education, but we said we'll build certain things which will bring people back in. I don't know if I used to joke about it. There used to be these episodes of Saas Bhi Bahu Thi earlier, and many of these sort of people used to watch that. And it used to end the episode by saying the phone will ring, and the person will pick up the phone, hello, and then there will be a frozen scene. So, agli baar dekhiye what happens. So everybody will come back. And those nuanced learning of how to bring back individual to come back to the class next time, because I think Pramath was doing this session and he left you guys at a session at place saying that, now let's park, think about it, and we'll talk about it later. So in your mind, a good professor, a good faculty member will keep you engaged. So content was thought to keep you engaged and bring you back again and again. Then we said good content is not going to cut the ice, and therefore we need a technology platform where interactions can happen. And we said technology platform will take away anonymity. We said platform use should be to take away anonymity, so that if you go to a classroom, how many of you done an online course here earlier? So many of time you start the online program, but then you don't finish it. It's like going to a gym. You start January, February, March, you all drop off. So we said one of the reason for that is that when you do an online class, you tend not to tell anybody that you're taking an online course. You just say, "ठीक है, करते हैं, let's do it. Let's sort of go through an online program." But when you're going through an online program, what ends up happening is that there is anonymity in the process. So you can get in anytime, and therefore you can get out anytime also. There is no guilt associated with getting out of an online program. But if you drop off for a physical classroom, there's a lot of guilt associated. So I think trying to understand that nuance of what makes people go to an offline campus and stay there versus an online why people drop off, helped us design the platform in a different way. And then we said we need, unless you create a community around it, you never learn on your own. So we then created this network of buddies, mentors, etc., who will work with you and who will push you, saying that, okay, now you're not finishing your assignment, why don't you finish your assignment, and they will follow up. So I think the net point that I was making to her question was that I had to look at education to understand why education happens the way it happens, and break down the different aspects and recreate that journey in a digital era. And that's how the journey of upGrad started, was trying to say, let's disrupt education. We said education happens this way, there's a reason why it happens this way, and which all places can technology come in, can digital come in, and can we reimagine the process. So that's the answer to your question. Sorry, long answer, but I just want to share the entire background story of how we came up with the thought process of upGrad over a period of time.
So I want to open the floor to questions from you all. If anyone has any questions.
Yes.
Everybody has questions.
Yeah. Yeah.
My question is, I have done my online education from Emirates for Columbia Business School as digital strategies, PG diploma in digital strategies, and I'm currently spearheading Coursera and LinkedIn projects for the
Nice.
My question is, so though we complete these kind of digital education and digital certifications as such, what is the level of percentage consideration that HR is considering? Then this is a growth or maybe a qualification as such.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's typical.
Yeah. No, I'll tell you, so 2 points. I think we also always felt that corporates will never accept online, because there's a bias or negative bias towards distance education, saying, okay, distance is not good and therefore online is equal to distance, etc. So I think part A, that we have to work a lot with corporate to educate them. So I think there's a team of at upGrad which only meets corporate to talk about online education, online programs. So that's the way we are creating the promotion of that. But the other one that I realized was that if somebody spends over and above the 50, 60, 70 hours a week, if somebody is spending about 8, 10, 15 hours a week on top to educate and to skill themselves up in something innovative, it at least gives a very strong signal that this person is committed about this particular field. So I've seen this when people have come, we did this math, we looked at about 3,000 or 4,000 odd people who have gone through an online program, who have not gone through an online program. And we looked at the appraisal number. We saw just in appraisal, there was a 2.5x jump that the people who have done online versus people who have not done online. The reason for that, I felt, was maybe it was just a bias that people who chose online are better performing professionals versus people who did not choose online. But I realized while talking to the corporate was that when people have done an online program, spend about 8, 10, 15 hours a week on top of their regular work, it shows a very strong commitment that they are putting in that effort. I think it's a signaling which comes because of the effort that you're putting in versus the certification itself. The effort actually tells the fact that, look, this person is serious about this field and they are looking at moving on. But for us, we have to not just rely on that, but work with corporates and continue to educate them and sort of continue to talk to them, because then only people will start accepting it much better.
Because when we do something, people are just coming back to me, people are just motivating us to take up so many courses.
What's the advantage? Yeah.
But at the same time, HR is not considering, oh, this is online, keep it as.
Yeah.
These kind of complaints from a lot of employees that we heard these days.
Yeah. But I think it's fully changing right now.
There's a program I had started, and it was a 6-month AMP program.
Yeah.
Just yesterday, I got an email from somebody who works in a public sector, central government organization. He's posted in Lucknow. And earlier he was thinking that he would use this certification to look for a job in the private sector. But for various reasons, he decided to stay on. And just yesterday, he sent me a message saying, I'm really grateful I got a promotion out of turn. And I think it is because of the program I did. Now, I'm giving you an isolated anecdote. It doesn't mean that, but I think perceptions are changing.
Because of the corona.
Huh?
The corona.
Well, it started during that time. You mean the coronavirus time? Yeah, no, but I think now it is becoming more mainstream now.
Yeah.
earlier it was like, oh, because there's corona, people are doing online.
Thanks to COVID, every opportunity every crisis conceals an opportunity.
Yeah. In fact, one big thing that happened in the process, right, that for professionals, there's no other option. Like they can't go to a physical brick and mortar institute
Working
and sort of,
professionals. I mean, what you all are doing here.
I mean, you can come for one day. That one day also is such a struggle to get everybody to a single location.
I've done 1 year Emirates and then 2 years through IIM Lucknow.
Yeah, correct. It's a
Go
time.
ahead.
It's a,
Go ahead.
Thanks for the time and great meeting Pramath and you. And it's a wonderful course. I have gone through it, and I joined DBA first, and then I couldn't continue because of the job busyness and things like that. Then I changed my profile inside the department and went into a place where I could afford time also. Good that the course also coincidentally came, and it is really nice. Thanks for that. My question is that, so you did a great thing of bringing, like, I mean, at least I have always had a dream of going and studying abroad, but somehow, no, I joined into a job and then it was not possible. But you brought that thing, and this is really nice. So now my question exactly is that whether we can bring this kind of online to school education also, so that I come from very down south of India, and like a village, and then places where until I finished my 12th standard I didn't even know about IITs or something like that. So after coming into engineering, and that was like good engineering college, so then I came to know about these all things. So the accessibility of technology, accessibility of information to the people, how can you do that? Is there any plans for you?
So not for upGrad. We don't want to be in the school sort of space. But I'll give you 2 points on. So online, while it's a very great platform and great leveler to provide sort of content and materials to a large number of people, its efficacy increases as you increase in terms of age. So older you are, online is much more amenable versus younger you are. Because online requires that sort of, it needs you to be slightly more self-motivated than being sort of on your own picking up something. See, in this world, there are 4 or 5 people who are self-motivated to learn everything on their own. You don't go out and binge watch Economics 101 or Digital Leadership 101 versus binge watching Game of Thrones. So I think there's a different level of cognitive load that is required. But as you are older and as you are sort of more in the work environment, online efficacy increases. The younger you go, online efficacy reduces, and therefore what you would have seen, at least in the ecosystem, is that online can be used exactly what you said for increasing awareness, but not necessarily, I mean, it cannot do an as efficient job of teaching as it does for more older age group population because of discipline. See, I think one of the things for this classroom, right, I mean, you would have noticed that we can sit in a classroom, I can look into your eye to eye, and you will nod and you will respond, and there is going to be an interaction. And you can't leave the room without asking. But in an online context, there is not that level of eye to eye interaction, and sometimes it's easy for you to then check Facebook, WhatsApp, and something else, and there's a lot of distraction that is available. This distraction becomes a lot more high when you go slightly younger. So the 2 years, my son studied during COVID at home, I could see a very different behavior in him because he became very fidgety. And just to go back in history, schools were designed to train kids to sit 6 hours at straight so that they can go to factory and floor and sit 8 hours at straight and do the work. That discipline is very important at a younger age, and therefore teaching becomes much difficult, but awareness can be built. As you said, that you can teach somebody there exists IIT, there exists something else. Those awareness level can be built, but you can't teach them that high cognitive load, that 5 plus 5 is 10 and then 15 plus 15 is 30, etc. Those are slightly tougher to teach in a slightly younger age group. And that's why we are seeing the ecosystem. If you follow EdTech, people who have been in school group, they have not been able to scale up beyond a certain level.
The question behind is like the equality of education. no? Whether everyone receives the same amount of,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
Tamil Nadu is
yeah.
one
Of
which
course.
opposes NEET like anything, right? So that is the base, like, so our education system is little different, and then
Yeah.
whether we can bring something. Like
Absolutely, we can,
my daughter studies in a KV and she doesn't study Tamil.
Yeah.
So in
I'm also KV student.
yeah. So my wife studied, but I mean, though my mother tongue is Tamil, my daughter doesn't study Tamil. So that's how it is. So these are some of the things which is really challenging, but we cannot help because of policies and things like that. So when we have something like upGrad kind of platform, if you bring something,
can be supplemented.
Yeah.
Yes.
Some people have question on this side.
I would just like to make one request for those mics. If you can just hold it a little closer, because we could not hear you on YouTube. The other learners.
I won't swallow it. I won't swallow it.
Right.
Is it better now? Can I
No,
repeat
no,
it?
Go ahead.
You go ahead.
You go ahead, don't worry.
Right. Mayank, it's a great opportunity to meet you and obviously Dr. Pramath, right? Thank you so much for coming down for us. My question is, there are so many online courses, so many I have done, I've seen many people, right? I've done campus courses also. upGrad definitely made some differences, which I know. Now, right now, given the rapid technology changes that we have, what is the difference that upGrad is going to make in the next 10, 20 years? I'm not an upGrad employee, but I'm an observer outside, a spectator, and also a student, right? So, what is upGrad going to do in the next 10, 20 years, right? And how are you visualizing upGrad? What are you up to?
See, 10, 20 years is a very long view, but I'll tell you when we started, what we started with, and maybe that has not changed for us. So I think on the first axis, I'll talk about the fact that when it comes to education, what mobile phone are you using? What like service provider you have? Vodafone or Airtel, right? So, and what bank, you have an Airtel, like as a telecom provider, you have a partner for life. You have an insurance partner for life. You have a banking partner for life. But none of us have an education partner for life. And therefore, one of our larger, broader vision is that for us to become a lifelong learning partner, we need to provide right interventions at different points of time, such that you believe that this could be a utility provider where I have to come back every 3 years, every 4 years, every 7 years to actually get myself little upskill and little sort of reskilled. I don't believe that it's like, I mean, it's not like polio vaccination that once you have taken the shot, you are done for the life. And therefore, our broader vision is that how do we engage with an individual such that there's a constant interaction and it supports you in your journey. Maybe today you require this program, but after that you may require a 2-day intervention. Sometimes later you may require a 5-month intervention. So there could be different interventions required at different stages of your career. And that's the broader thematic. So if you look at upGrad, while we are engaging with you at a different age group, we have a lot of learners coming at the age group of 18 to 20 also. So when they have come in, I know 5 years later they'll come back again. I know 10 years later they'll come back again. So I think we have to build a platform and architecture where we understand their career journey and are able to provide them with the right support over a period of time. So I think that's the long-term vision. It all looks good. I think I say sometimes jokingly that we always overestimate short-term. We always overestimate that next year will double revenue or 2 years later will triple revenue, etc. But we always underestimate long-term. I personally believe that in the long term, constant learning, constant skilling, constant upskilling and education is going to be a norm versus an exception. So everybody has to go and educate, and that's where we are hoping to get to, which means that we need to have very strong connect with corporates to know where skills are changing. We need to have very strong connect with the education system to say what the product are coming out of the ecosystem 2 years back, 5 years back, and therefore being able to provide the intervention which will support changing needs of corporates with changing input education system, which is undergrad programs, and provide the right intervention at different points of time. So that's the thought that at least I'm carrying with me. I don't know if you see a different future in the education space.
No, I think some of the things that you've already alluded to, see, somewhere technology has to change the way education or enhance the way education is delivered. And so customization and personalization is already happening, and Mayank has talked about that. Right. What needs to also happen is this aspect of lifelong learning. So the question is, can you become the lifelong learning partner in that utility way, just as Airtel is your lifelong communication provider? Can upGrad be the lifelong learning provider?
And I think learning will also change. I think Pramath wrote point number 3 to connect mentors and mentees, etc. Something of that point. But it could be a mentor-mentee interaction. Maybe 3 years later, you don't need a learning intervention. You just need a mentoring intervention to sort of support you in your journey. So I think that's the platform that we need to build. We are very, very. I mean, we are very far away from getting to that level of sort of.
How do you do mentoring?
Sorry.
What is the plan of action of mentoring?
Plan of action of mentoring? No, so we connect. Right now, we don't have. I mean, we have a mentoring program, but that mentoring program is part of an existing program. So there's an existing program, and there are mentoring intervention at various places. But we believe, and I think Pramath and I have spoken about it, that mentoring is very underutilized in this country. People don't see mentoring as a very, in a very common way, and I personally believe that mentoring has got, at a certain 15 years, 20 years, 30 years experience and beyond, mentoring has a far bigger impact than just learning something new. Because sometimes you know the answer, you just need somebody to help you connect dots in that conversation.
Wait. You get a mic.
I think I'm done. Thank you so much, Mayank.
Thanks. I'll just.
I heard from one of the professors in ISB that it's a commitment by every professor for about 10 years of commitment to the students. If it goes like that. Is it like that in
10 years commitment to students? No, you can ask an ISB professor anytime.
Anytime.
I mean, yeah, there's no time limit to it. I mean, Mayank can reach out and talk to any of his professors.
I still do that. Like, that's the advantage of education institution, right? Because you form a long-term connect. Yeah. So if you create a long-term connect, then you can talk to them, you reach out, they are more than happy to support.
Yeah, I mean, I'm teaching, for example, on this program. I'm sure you can reach out to me for the rest of your life. I mean,
that's what
that's what you're asking.
10-year commitment.
Oh, I should have gotten off with 10-year commitment only. Over promise, under deliver. Somebody here had. Anybody here had? I thought you had some hands up this side. No? Pradeep?
Yeah.
In our organization, we strongly believe in this online study. But in Sandhya ma'am will support me in when it speaks of industries like aerospace. We are a laggard kind of industry, but where the delivery has to be very strong.
Yes.
As I told,
Yes.
over delivery and under promise.
Yeah.
We will say 60%, but we'll make
100%.
100%.
Yeah.
Okay. So in that case, scenario, how your this continual learning and this thing. I personally, we have a Guru Sishya system. Okay. Exactly Guru Sishya. We always focus on the Gurus more. Automatically, he will create.
Shishyas, yeah.
Now this digital Guru is not that effective.
Not that effective.
That is my 4 years, 5 years study.
No, I
says.
understand that. Right now, there is.
Okay. We are in the comments on that. Then how you say? See, it might be a generalized, like you are mentoring leadership, you are giving somebody professionalism on technology field. How much we are in, and
how much we are in.
And where it is so successful, where the model is. Golden Gate University is not probably
at the same level. Yeah, correct. Yeah. No, I think there's. I mean, I'm not saying we are perfect right now. There's a lot of. No, so. Yeah, so look, education, what ends up happening, right? There's so many subject areas that each subject area you can go as deep as you want to. So aerospace, defense, or you want to sort of go deep in AI, machine learning, and so on and so forth. I think naturally, or healthcare for that matter, etc. So naturally, what ends up happening is that as a provider, we have to go deep in segments one by one, and we can't go deep in all segments at one go, because then we will not be able to do justice to this. So for example, a lot of our focus went in digital ecosystem. So we went very deep in AI, machine learning, cyber, so on and so forth, because we felt that that's where we have a strong demand coming in. There are multiple areas that we want to be in. For example, we definitely want to be much stronger in healthcare, but we have not built that capability yet, and it will take some time for us to build that capability. We are not very strong in precision manufacturing or precision engineering, because we feel that right now we do not have that expertise, nor have we gotten into a place where we are seeing a lot of demand coming from the market. So I think what we are doing is we are taking the demand and we are slowly trying to build expertise. It would be, I think we won't be able to do justice if we try to serve everything at one shot, because then we'll be very wide but just inch deep. But we want to be very deep and not very wide at this point of time.
In this field,
In manufacturing?
in manufacturing maintenance, especially building a capability, engineering capability.
As an education provider?
Yes, as an education partner.
No, none of that I can
mentor,
think of.
Everything.
No, none of that I can think of. Manufacturing. I think ISB doing some interesting job with.
Yeah, I think the online in manufacturing and maintenance, I feel, will take off much more now with virtual reality and
with
augmented
VR and
reality.
AR stuff.
Because then you'll be actually able to visualize and see much better. I think Sandhya wants to make a point. If you can pass on this.
Yeah. दो mic नहीं एक ही mic है.
Mayank's making up for a marathon.
Yeah, no.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Mayank. Thanks, sir. Actually, since you are in the topic, I'll just talk about that virtual reality, right? The digital twin and the digital thread technologies.
Yeah. I saw the
which
profile.
are coming up. I think Siemens is doing a great job with PLM technology already, right? So they are our front runners as well, and very closely connected to SAP technology. So what I want to make a point here is, either you have to follow technology or you have to follow industry, right?
Yes, correct.
So you're following technology. You said you have to make a difference in healthcare. Maybe we want to make a difference in aerospace. So these are all industries. So we as leaders need to come up with industry and technology leadership together to build that gap which is there in the industry.
I agree.
And one more point which I also wanted to ask you is, since you're working with so many universities from abroad, what is that difference in US universities which they are coming up with? Are they doing the industry specific courses, or that they are
technology specific?
Yeah, that they are doing their best, or are they following the technology because of which they are going their best?
Perfect.
And what is that which is not there in India yet and which we can get as well?
Sure. On the first one, maybe I'll just use this as an opportunity for making an appeal that once you're doing the program, and if you feel there's an interesting program that you want upGrad to launch and work on, we'll be happy to collaborate and figure out what we can do together, because you guys are closer to the industry. You know what is happening in various industries, and if there are opportunities, then we would love to sort of work closely. On the second one, while I can talk, but maybe I think Pramath is better placed for answering that point. So look, there's a difference, and because he has worked with universities much closer, at least I see one big difference. I personally don't believe that we should try to replicate the West for India needs, because it's very different altogether. I think India requires a very unique solutions, and it's tough for us to then follow what West has done and then try to replicate it back in India. But on at least what I've seen there are two differences that we find. One big difference is that the universities there are originating some new knowledge. They are not just disseminating knowledge, but they are creating new knowledge a lot more at a much broader scale than what Indian universities are doing. I'm not saying Indian universities are not, but the quantum of new knowledge creation is much higher in those universities. And I think on the pedagogy front, you may see it or you may not see it, and I see a difference because we do certain programs where first half of the program is by Indian university, second half of the program is by foreign universities. We have seen that the learners struggle to make that shift, because on the first half there's a little bit more spoon feeding that happens, a little bit more structured approach that takes place. In the second half, when the foreign university comes, that structured approach disappears, and the university expects each learner to think on their own and then write on their own. And that's why our Indian education system hasn't done a great job of giving an open-ended way of thinking, and that's why pedagogy-wise, that's the difference that I see. On research-wise, new creation versus sort of dissemination of information, but on teaching side, I see a big difference in the way a global university will pick up versus an Indian university, because a global university will make you think from ground up. So I remember one course that we do where the second half of the course, the university says, write a thesis on your own. And all the learners come back to us, look, I don't know how to write a thesis on our own. They are younger learners, of course, I mean, they're not as experienced as you guys. And I don't know what to do, tell us 5 points that we want to write. And we are like, no, but university do not want you to spoon feed you and tell you what are the 5 points you want to write on your own. And that shift, I think, is a big shift. It's a good shift, because in corporate life, you don't get everything as a structured problem statement. I think those are 2 things I can think of which are different between the university here versus university in India. Anything from your side?
Thank you.
Yeah.
How actually, in your opinion, this digital transformation is going to impact us? We have really no clue. A guy from UP Bihar comes with whatever education you can imagine. I have no disrespect for my own education system. The way it is as you were telling. But they have to, there is a demand for high skill and higher appreciation, okay? Everybody cannot, So you have to handhold that kind of person.
Yeah.
And in the absence of that handholding person, because government policy now what is happening, they are not going to spend more on gurus. They want to create short-term employment.
Yeah.
I am very well aware of what scheme I am talking
Yeah.
And with those guys, where the knowledge will,
change
faster. Knowledge means the person will change. So with that, the knowledge also goes out of the system.
Yeah.
How we hold?
Yeah. No, I think
that's a challenge for the leaders.
No, agreed.
It's a big challenge.
It's a big challenge. Yeah.
Suppose I am servicing an aircraft. I know where to put exactly that hand on which knot. If that problem comes, that comes over a period of 20 years.
Correct, yeah.
And tomorrow, I have my 5-year team, 10-year team. They will not know.
Agreed, yeah. I mean, there's a challenge for like the apex knowledge creation, there's a challenge. Actually, at the top end of the knowledge creation, there's a challenge that is there.
In material science,
yeah.
we do a lot of work on material science, okay. But still, our dye penetration method will finding better crack detection than X-ray.
Yeah.
Because our people do not know how to handle good X-ray and analyze that X-ray.
Upskilling, no? Upskilling is the answer.
Then you don't have the person to upskill, because that person goes 10 years further.
No, but you can't solve for policy. The policy is no, but that is where these technology. No, but that is where. See, firstly, you are combining 3 or 4 different problems. There is no one answer. First is the problem of education at the foundational level in this country, right? By the way, if you really want to go into the problem is nutrition in the country.
Yeah.
If you look at the level of anemia and lack of nutrition in the country, it directly affects learning of young people. So when you're talking about UP Bihar, and I'm from Bihar, the level of anemia and malnutrition in young people is so high that even if they are born with the right brain cells,
why will they study?
Because they are not getting enough nutrition, and this is not because the country lacks in food. The problem is our distribution of food and the right kind of food. Right? So that's the one problem. Then foundational learning is broken. All these Anganwadis and all these lower level schools, which is why now we have this Nipun Bharat scheme, which is called the FLN program, Foundational Learning, Language and Numeracy Skills. It's proven the world over that before the age of 5, if you don't learn the language and arithmetic, we can teach you what you want.
It will not work, yeah.
It will not work. That person is finished for life. So if you are not getting the right food and you are not getting the right language and arithmetic skills by grade 5, your future is over. So that's one big problem. Now you're talking about government policies. We won't go there. There are many fraud policies. I think the hope is that at least through technology, whatever remedial
interventions,
skilling can be done. At least now you should be able to do this at scale. I mean, the one thing that is implicit in what Mayank said and that we are all discussing, Mayank referred to the first meeting he and I had about can I be selective or can I be deselective, right? Let people come in. The whole point of technology is that you can do this at scale. You can do quality at scale. And that answers Thiru's question also, that whether we can do it in school or not is a, who knows, we have to still solve for it. And this goes back to your digital leadership course. If you are going to use digital, then
do
use
it at
it
scale
for higher quality and higher scale. That's the whole advantage of doing digital, because the non-digital methods are not able to do at scale consistent high quality. Okay, so I believe that with online education, with online skilling, you can provide the best program to everyone. And that holds for all your businesses. Anything you all do, if you are going to use digital, then the way you have to think about it is it actually improving quality? Which is his point about, is it improving education? And can it be done at scale? Otherwise, what's the point of using technology? In-person classroom we can do anyway. So yes, I think you have to think of the problem you articulated. I think the only answer to it is to do technology-based learning and skilling. But I think we still have to go a long way in being able to use this in the right way.
See, I think the other very interesting that has happened in sort of recent last 4, 5, 10 years, 15 years is that at least in this country, we have a very strong digital infrastructure built.
Yes.
We have the Aadhaar card, we have the APAR card, we have like healthcare sort of ecosystem, we have UPI. So in some way, the highway has been built. Now somebody has to build a petrol pump, somebody has to build a hotel, somebody has to build a restaurant in that highway to be able to sort of leverage a lot of things. And all of these things today can be done at scale. I just give a very simple example. It used to take 30 days to get a credit card approved because of the KYC process, etc. But with Aadhaar today, one can approve it in 2 minutes. A loan gets approved in 2 minutes or 30 seconds or 60 seconds. I think once the infrastructure has been built, a lot of things can happen much faster at scale. And I think today at a country level, we have about 400 million youth who are in the workforce. While we require the top 10,000, 20,000 of real sort of sharp individual, but we need to work with these remaining 400 million to constantly and quickly reskill. So they need more UPI intervention, sachet intervention than a long form intervention, because the more they can get that, the more they will stay abreast to what's happening in the ecosystem right now.
Last question. Yeah. We can take over. He's been waiting. Just finish and then we'll give.
So,
get both questions then.
Yeah, since you said Mayank, will you be interested in taking some giants like Siemens, no? And using Siemens technology or industry technology 100%. To take it to students?
Yeah, 100%.
Because that's where something where we see a gap, and
we are working. We are working with PwC, we are working with Meta, we are working with Google. But I mean, more IoT-based technology people are seeking at the on campuses also.
Okay, then we will
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
Thanks.
Last question.
Am I audible? Hello. Yeah. My question to you is, I have been a learner since I was born. I'm sure all of us are, and I will do this till my grave. Right? Now, how is upGrad going to continuously engage? Not just this DBA deal. Are you planning to continuously engage and support? You said life partner, right? How is it going to engage us or engage me? Right? That's my question.
Sure. No, so I think just to give a context, there's an active alumni program that all of you guys will be part of. So my first batch we did was in 2015. So it's been now 9 years. I'm still in touch with the first batch learners because they still reach out to me for some help on their own sort of business. If they need me to connect to somebody, we do connect. So I think as part of the alumni network, we say the journey starts when you finish the first program. The journey does not end. So we never say goodbye. On any other journey, it's not a goodbye or it's not a thank you very much, we'll see you later. Sorry?
Not before completing.
Not before completing also, there's no goodbye. So we never say goodbye because the journey continues in the long run. So I think you will have the entire ecosystem available, and we do organize every weekend, every fortnight, some session or the other online, digitally, where people can just come and listen to things. So that's our way of creating a connect with the individual on an ongoing basis. And then if you need a help, support, I remember the first class that when got over, I personally hand wrote IOU card. I said, I owe you guys anything that you want, and you can reach out to me anytime for any help. I think people are still getting their IOU card for 10 years back and asking for some favor and some help. But that's how the way we are trying to build culture, where you can reach out anytime for any help in the process.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thanks a lot. So this leads you to lunch.
Lunch is outside.
Sorry.
Before we start the lunch, can you have a group picture over here? One here and maybe later outside.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much for joining the first half of the session, and I hope that you had as much fun and this session has been as insightful for you as it has been for all of us observing as well. It's really great to see all of you leaders sort of come together from such various amazing backgrounds. So the next part of the session is, as you all know, is with Aakrit. Aakrit's here, Aakrit Vaish. So just to give a small sort of introduction about who Aakrit is. So he's the co-founder and CEO of Haptic. It's one of the world's largest conversational AI companies. And if you actually open a lot of the apps that you've seen, even just yesterday I opened my Falenko app and I saw that it was powered by Haptic. So it's almost everywhere. The virtual assistant solutions that, let's say, that's been built by the company, it enables like a lot of Fortune 500 brands to enhance customer experience, customer grievance redressal, save costs, and even improve sales, right? So if we were to sort of talk about the kind of awards that Haptic has won, has won like a plethora of awards, and most recently the company was named the Tech Startup of the Year in AI at the 13th Annual Entrepreneur in India Awards. And it also bagged a gold recognition in vendor excellence at the CX Asia Excellence Award Singapore. Aakrit is also the managing partner of PeerCheck, where he backs and invests in the most ambitious sort of tech companies of the country across consumer tech, SaaS, fintech, and climate. So thank you so much, Aakrit, for joining the session today. And yeah, I hope we have a great conversation. So,
oh, thank you. Thank you.
So what we're going to do here is it's supposed to be like a masterclass. So what we are going to do, just like last few sessions, we'll have a short Q&A sort of thing, and we have a short activity also planned. So we're hoping that even after the activity or before the activity, if you have any questions to Aakrit specifically about AI and its impact, etc., or anything else that you'd like to ask, please feel free to sort of let us know. Yeah. So yeah. So Aakrit, I'll just maybe start off by giving you a little bit of an idea about the cohort itself. This cohort sort of contains digital leaders across so many different backgrounds, and this is a doctorate program, right? And it's in digital leadership. So my first question is on just the general digital landscape. Haptic has in a lot of ways been pioneering when it comes to conversational AI. And now with generative AI, you see a whole new set of opportunities that are coming your way, right? So my first question is just about what are some of the most significant changes that you've seen in the digital landscape? And looking ahead, are there any trends that excite you the most?
Yeah. No, thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be amongst everybody. Just a quick word of caution. I've not been feeling well the last couple of days, but of course, we had decided we're going to be here, so I've made it here. So if I'm not coherent in some cases, or if I say wrong things, just blame it on the medicines. But starting out with the question that you asked is how is the landscape changing, right? Recently, Haptic is now an 11-year-old company. We celebrated our 10th anniversary last year. For 9 years of the company's journey, I used to go door to door, sort of selling to customers and businesses and trying to explain what a chatbot is. Right. After in the 10th year of our business, it became the opposite, where essentially people started asking and reaching out to us, talking about, oh, I've heard you build a chatbot because of what happened with generative AI. Yeah. So, the ChatGPT moment in our industry, or in general in digital, is probably one of the most significant events to happen over the last maybe 20-30 years. And in this very moment, like 2024, sitting in August right now, it's incredible the pace of change that's going to happen with AI in the next 3-4 years. In classic fashion, I think we are, there was a great quote, this is a very famous quote, we talk about technology in general, right, which is that we are, we are overestimating the short-term impact and underestimating the long-term impact. So in the short term, it will take some time. I don't think it's going to be a case where, and I know this year people have been asking, hey, listen, what happened now, AI is here, but everybody has this AI FOMO a little bit, right, that, where am I using it, am I missing out? That's okay, right? Because it's going to take some time until some of the other rails get built. But in the long term, right, if you take a 10, 15-year view, it's basically going to change every aspect of the way we think about digital as a business, in our businesses, the way we do things and so on.
Got it.
So for us at least at Haptic, the last 2 years has been a reinvention entirely. We went back to the drawing board. All the technology that we had built for 8 or 9 years, we basically discarded it, and we went back to scratch and started using generative AI, and those results are starting to pan out.
Got it. So my next question is actually about the core of this session itself, which is, let's say, digital transformation, which is, as a term, is like often overused and maybe understood. So I'd like to sort of understand how would you sort of define this word, and what has your journey been like in any of these, overseeing or seeing yourself what kind of digital transformation other companies go through?
We still use that term. I thought that term was now of the 90s. I mean, in my view, and I'm just saying this in a very maybe different tone, but like in a world where it's no longer digital second or transform, it's everything is digital first, right? So I think like the best example I think about it is that HDFC Bank, according to me, is the largest fintech in India. Right? It's not a bank, it's a fintech, and it's basically completely built on the rails of a great technology platform, which is now enabling all of us and citizens to do banking. So I don't think a business should think of transforming itself digitally. I think it should be every company, every business needs to be digital first. And I think if in 2024 we're still talking about businesses that need to transform, then probably we are missing the boat somewhere. Maybe the better term I would like to think about moving forward is really AI transformation, because yes, all the companies and businesses that have been built over the last 100 years, including ours, including large banks, retailers, they will all have to transform entirely given the impact of AI that we're seeing. That's going to be, I think, an interesting journey for the next 10 years.
Got it. So maybe just going into one, let's say, case study, if you will, where you thought that maybe AI couldn't have touched so fast or, in such a significant way. Is there a specific industry or an area that you thought maybe, it's time for AI has not come yet, but you were surprised by it?
Yeah, so I'll actually give you both. I'll give you one example of where, everybody thinks that AI will change everything, but I feel like it's going to take longer,
right,
and also answer your question. So actually the reverse, which is, and this is a very, the passion topic for me, which is, I think the first thing that ever since AI has been around, and now generative AI, whenever you use ChatGPT, the biggest headline statement everywhere is that call centers will go away,
right,
and customer support will 100% become automated. I think that is a huge overestimation in the shorter term. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. I think it's going to take a long time. There's a lot of complexity associated when people are talking to customer service agents on the phone. I have personally heard maybe hundreds and hundreds of calls to try to see how we can build a product. And I think there is a lot of nuance over there that is beyond just AI.
Right.
And some of it is just actually the comfort level that a person gets when they are frustrated with a service, right? If you're frustrated about something and you're calling, even the best AI will piss you off,
right,
honestly. So I think that is a huge overestimation. The flip side, I actually think we're underestimating, and we're already, I'm sure all of you are doing it, but I did not think that AI will eat into creative work as fast as it has.
right,
Whether it is images, copy, basically the entire marketing agency stack, right?
Correct.
I think it's incredible. In fact, it's not only like I have been thinking about very differently these days, where I don't even care if AI costs more. It's
Right.
okay, but it's so much better.
Right.
And so much faster than working with an agency, doing back and forth on like just day-to-day stuff. So I think that I had not imagined it will happen so fast and so overnight. That is happening like literally the last 2 years.
Got it. Okay. Let's say if you were to sort of say that if through your experience in tech consulting specifically, had you really seen a company where, let's say, the management or the leadership was actually aligned with respect to the let's say the tech aspect of it, but because of either people or processes there was some lapse in it? Basically, we just want to understand, as through this program, what we're trying to really bring to the core of to the focus is the fact that as a digital leader you need to be able to align all three, right? So I want to understand from you if there has been any example in your own experience where something like this has happened.
Every day. Look, we service as haptic out of the 1,000 large enterprises in India, we have about 400 as customers. Right. So 40% of the large enterprise market. So obviously we see this every single day, and these are companies, large banks, large airline companies. I'm sure some of you have been experienced and worked at these companies, right? So it's people and process is complex, right? It's not, these are not, and actually as a vendor who supplies to these companies, I have over a period of time learned to appreciate it. Initially it used to frustrate me a lot, right? And all my team also, that oh my god, why is it taking so long? But I think once you understand and appreciate it and realize that this is a feature, not a bug, that this is how companies have been built, this is why these companies have been so successful, and why the process is important, I think everybody gets aligned. So to answer your question, here's how it typically works, and I'm sure all of you would have seen this, right? Step one, somebody in the management or leadership, sometimes even CEO, sometimes even the board, gets very excited saying, hey, we need to do AI, we need to implement AI, right? Go find us who's good at it. They reach out to us through some shape or form, amongst others. And then, the first 2 weeks are very quick, right? We need to do this now, we need to deploy it tomorrow, this has to be live before Diwali, all those things. I've committed, we have to get this going, and then all of us are running around trying to give prices, quotations, proposals. Then after that, let's say something gets signed, and then suddenly there's a lull, right? Because basically passing the sort of that relay race hota hai, passing the baton from signing to then giving it to the implementation team, that we've seen, like I said, every single day we see that process break, right? Which is, okay, what was committed, what was agreed, what had decided, to then, like I said, translating that to the next person who's the project manager or the person who implements the software, we see that sort of break every single day, right? There are some companies who do it better, and there are some who don't. Some of the things that we've seen work often is that, make sure that whoever had originally thought of the concept continues to stay engaged from either the management or leadership or their team's office. That we've seen sometimes work. The other we've seen work is that, especially in call it frontier tech like what we do, AI, one thing I've seen work, especially at some of the new economy companies in India, is they implement like a special projects team, right? So like a CEO's office or some sort. That we've seen really moves fast because that special projects team usually has like a year into directly management. But yeah, and then fundamentally it comes down to, I think, the quality of also the leader who's doing all of this, right? How much are they able to push internally? How much are they able to weigh? It's a lot of internal selling, a lot of internal management. I mean, you're dealing with somebody, you're trying to manage your company, you're trying to manage a vendor, there's all sorts of complexities. So it often also comes down to that. The other thing that we've seen sometimes work is, you know, especially if it's come from the management, we insist on like a quarterly check-in with the management, so that there's, you know, again, everybody's aligned, expectations are correct, yeah, things like those. But yeah, it's obviously, you know, I think somebody had said this to me many years back, which I loved, which is, you know, strategy is never the problem, it's the execution.
Execution, right.
So.
So as you were actually speaking about this, let's say, if you were to think about some of these non-new companies, right? If there are companies which have a lot of legacy systems, and if you ever worked with companies like that, and especially, let's say, there may be a certain way of doing things in a global multinational, as opposed to that, let's say, even in an Indian company. How has your experience been working with such companies, and how have you sort of tried to adapt your own sort of way of working?
So I'll give you a story, which is like been one of my biggest learning experiences. So 3 of our biggest customers, and we're fortunate, is our Reliance, Adani, and the government.
Right.
So it's often a joke in our company, which is that we are well protected. And I'll tell you one common aspect I've seen across all 3 of them in India, right? Which was like a big learning experience for me as a person, leader, founder, whatever, person who works in just as somebody, as a professional, right? Which is all 3 of these companies have a very aggressive execution attitude. And I'm using the government also as a company for a second, right? And if you look at the personalities of the current government, or even Reliance, or even Adani, right, you'll see, right, that there's a streak of like, we have to get this done. It flows all the way from the top, and every single person, every single, call it, it flows all the way down to the bottom, right? And it often can be abrasive. Right, they're very aggressive. They push a lot. You know, the conversations are very all over the place sometimes. But you know, I guess figured out that's how you get work done in India.
Right.
All right. You know, there's a very unpopular opinion I have that I was in the US for 10 years. So you know, US में काम ऐसे होता है कि सब project meeting करेंगे, group में आएंगे. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? 4-5 opinion लेंगे. You know, these guys don't work like that. Right, the 3 references I gave to you, they are like यही करना है. One guy will come into the room and say, तुम ये करो, तुम ये करो, तुम ये करो, finish it by tomorrow. You know, and look, it's not everybody's cup of tea. A lot of us, new age companies, all of us, you know, my team are not used to working also like that. I don't work like that at Haptic also, but so it gets stuff done. And you know, actually all 3 I would say are not only our biggest customers, but some of the most successful projects, fastest projects, profitable projects for us as a company have been from these guys, right? And because we just ship stuff, and you know, even as a partner for us, it makes it easy, right? You just have one person to call rather than like, अच्छा नहीं पहले उससे बात करो, उससे बात. One person is like, हो गया अभी आप काम शुरू करो.
Right. Got it. I also wanted to go back to this one thing with respect to, let's say, as a founder. And as a person who also invests in a lot of companies, there are quite a few, at least 2 or 3 entrepreneurs even in this room, right? They have their own companies. So if they are thinking about what aspects to really use when it comes to tech or any of those aspects to really scale, right? Is there any sort of advice that you would give? And even as an investor, what kinds of things do you really look at when you look at investing?
Yeah, so I think multiple parts over there, but broadly, you know, my investing is just a proxy of my lessons as an entrepreneur.
Right.
It's really just that. I don't think it's. I'm purely as a financial investor, I'm really bad, right? And I think nobody should ever give me their money. But as just a startup, like I said, investor, it's just because lessons over these last 10-15 years. I think, you know, kind of similar to what I was saying in the previous part is that, you know, I think one of the things, and again, something that's very contrary to what everybody says, but I have spoken about this publicly very often. I think that in India particularly, the way to build, grow, scale a large company cannot be like how Silicon Valley happened, right? In fact, I call it this, and the Silicon Valleyfication of India was the worst thing to happen to us the last 15, 20 years. Whether it is VCs, whether it's entrepreneurs, it wasn't anybody's fault. I think all of us came together and said that, you know, we'll build like these companies, we'll raise a lot of money, we'll value it. All that doesn't happen over here, and the reason for that is there are two fundamental macro reasons. It has nothing to do with us. The two fundamental macro reasons is, one is, you know, if you think about Silicon Valley or VC tech traditionally, it was all towards products or businesses which are tech only, right? So it's an app, it's a website, it's only tech. And what happens is you invest a lot of money to build the R&D, like some innovative technology, which eventually will scale one day without having to keep spending money.
Correct.
In India, those products don't exist, right? In India, it's mostly offline to online enablement. So these businesses have to be treated with a very different approach. It can't be the same way we thought Silicon Valley, Series A, Series B, burn, right? And it's only, and you know, there are, off chance there can be products like that in India also, but most of them are just sort of offline to online. So the nature has to be very different. So that's one reason. And the second big reason, you know, for India being very different is, again, related. See, we don't have the Great Wall of China, right? We can't have a local WhatsApp or a local Google or a local TikTok even for that matter. You know, again, there was a very funny thing we were talking about amongst some of us the other day. You know, the top 5 consumer apps by usage in India are WhatsApp, Instagram, Google, YouTube, ChatGPT, and then I think LinkedIn or Twitter, one of them, right? So there's all American companies. And the 5 most successful enterprise businesses in India are Microsoft, Salesforce, you know, Oracle, and so on, right? So as a result, and I'm right now not commenting politically whether that's right or wrong. It is what it is. But I'm saying, given that that's the reality, right? We cannot have an OpenAI happen in India because it's just, you know, not the environment to be built. So as a result of these two, if you understand these two aspects, then the nature of businesses and the way you build them as an entrepreneur have to be thought through very differently. You know, if you're doing offline to online, more traditional type businesses, then of course, just like any other business, profitability has to be at a score from day one. If you're like there are companies that are doing space tech, right? Very different. Of course, then you have to invest for a long time until the product is so.
So this is my last question before maybe I'll open the floor. I think you currently also serve as an advisory board member of H2, which is, I don't know if you're still there, like a premier global leadership network for digital industry. So what has your experience been like having been a part of this, and so let's say one other large thing that we would like to build as a part of this program is a set of people who can network with the right people, right? So what advice or guidance do you have in terms of leveraging networking as a skill when it comes to being a digital leader?
Yeah, so you know, in fact, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but last night, you know, I was with a friend, the fellow founder, just literally last night, and you know, he was joking with me, and he's saying that if there was you know, a rank of if people got paid for having a big network, you'd be a billionaire by now. So I said, that's great, but then what about real billionaire? That's, you know, so and why I'm saying this is because I invest a lot in doing that, but the biggest advice I would give is do it very authentically. I hate the word networking because I don't want to network with people, right? I don't want to have small talk, fake conversations. I invest a lot of time in getting to know people who genuinely I feel excited about meeting or having a conversation with or going to drinks or dinner for that matter, right? I don't like, and same, if I find somebody who I meet is not authentic, then I also don't have interest in connecting. So, so by the way, I don't I rarely do events or conferences. I think there everybody is there for just a transaction, right?
Right.
How many business cards can I collect? How many people did I meet? I don't like those formats at all. I prefer smaller groups, communities, 4-5 people getting together for like, you know, a coffee. And these types of associations like you mentioned, right? So there's H2 and then we run team in Mumbai as well. All of these are small, very close-knit communities where we spend a lot of time just like this, right? Learning from each other, talking to each other. And that, you know, over a long period of time, if you do it like this, if you like really invest in people and get to know them, you know, I've been now working for about 16 years. And now I'm starting to see that really compound, right? It takes a long time, but now today, you know, I feel fortunate that if I need something or if I need, you know, whether it's work, professional, or I want to, you know, just find out something, you know, I'm blessed and I take credit that it would take me 1 or 2 calls to get to the right person in any type of environment. But that's also because it's been done very naturally and not like just as a transaction, right? So I would highly suggest become part of communities and associations. That's like my number one sort of advice because this is where real connections get built. You know, outside of that, you know, do things for people which you truly, you know, who you truly want to invest in without expecting anything back. And a great example is why I'm here today. Right? Of course, you know, no better way to spend a Sunday afternoon. But outside of that, you know, I've admired and known Ronnie for many years, and Mayank has become a very close friend, Mayank Kumar. So the moment he asked me, I didn't even hesitate, right? And without knowing, expecting, or thinking that, you know, tomorrow something will happen. So it's things like those that I think over a period of time really will compound for everybody who wants to be a digital leader.
Got it. So yeah, thanks so much, Aakrit, for answering all those questions. I'll just open the floor now to anyone else who may have any questions.
Hi, Aakrit, one typical question. See, according to you, you have 3 clients, which is Reliance, Adani, and one more. So I agree they are aggressive as part of their planning, execution, vision, whatever. Their thinking is always at this level, wherein the ground reality at this level. And you people like you or your companies like yours will be bridging the gaps, whatever product development or product offerings that they want to do. So what is your view of their talent pool? Are they be capable enough to handle these kind of so-called the trends, AI trends, or maybe the emerging trends in short term or long term? What is your view of their talent?
It's a great question, and this is something I have thought about a lot, and I'll answer this slightly longer. So, you know, traditionally, and even when building Haptic or any books if you read, especially US books, right? The definition of good talent is, you know, somebody who can, who's charismatic, who can think on their own, problem solver, take great deal of ownership, go-getter, ambitious person, you know, can rise up the ladder and so on, right? Which is great, and all those aspects are great. I think what I've learned about the talent at these companies is, you know, they may not necessarily be your go-getter, ambitious types. They are not necessarily, you know, people who will charm you. They are not people who will necessarily, you know, even have a very intelligent conversation with you if you were in a, you know, off setting at every level, right? But the 2 things that I have noticed is incredible is, one is their work ethic. I think especially in the government also these days, and even though the other 2 companies, you know, the willingness to put in the hours and get stuff done is unbelievable. I think I was telling somebody, another founder last week, that startups need to learn from them the way they put in the work to get stuff done. It's not only the hours, it's like just continuously going at it, rolling your sleeves up, saying no to nothing, and just, you know, blinders on executing. I think that's one aspect I've noticed. And the second is this furious ability to learn. So to answer your question, on day one, maybe they will have no idea about AI, and they're very aware of that. कि हमको नहीं पता. But the rate at which they ask questions, they learn, go out of the way to figure it out. And it's that same traditional Indian Baniya type mindset where all the questions are also like that, but they just learn very quickly. And within like a few months, they would have got up to speed. So I think these two aspects I've noticed consistently amongst companies like this, which is just an incredible work ethic, incredible loyalty to the management and to the regime, and just this insane ability to just keep asking questions and learn.
Thanks for sharing your insights, right? I think you have worked with a lot of different sectors, different challenges. Which has been the most challenging sector for you, and what was the strategy you took to overcome those challenges? If you would like to share.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, I think it won't be a surprise answer, but banking, and it's only because of, well, not only, multiple reasons. Look, it makes sense, right? When you're touching people's money, it's always going to be more complex to work in. So regulation, I think, or regulation or other security standards you have to comply to are much, much more stringent. I'm seeing a reverse wave happen a little bit now. I'm sure a lot of you have been a part of these, which is, we are now getting almost 20-30% of customers who don't want to deploy on cloud, who want on-prem, private cloud instances. So that takes a lot of effort, especially in banking. The banking systems that are in place are really old school systems, which were designed in the 90s and 2000s. So again, to integrate and work with them takes a lot of effort. And the bank is a complex organization also, right? There's multiple stakeholders, multiple people who want to weigh in on everything. And like I said, ultimately you're touching people's money, so you also have to be very vigilant about how you operate. So yeah, definitely the toughest sector to work in, which is why we don't do as much work now in banking, because very candidly, like, I don't know, I have not been able to see the same margins in banking as a vendor, right, as a profit margin, because amount of effort it takes and all of that ultimately doesn't pay back versus other sectors. I'll answer the reverse question of yours also, which is the sector that I thought would have been very challenging to work in, but actually was the government. I thought that I never wanted to touch it, but then the team said, no, RFP, we should do it. And then after that, because there's a process and they have to document everything, and and also very willing to change, we found that working with the government actually is not as bad as people think. At least this current government, that's the only experience I've had.
So we have 3 e-commerce websites and we don't have enough traffic. Would you still recommend using chatbots, or you just build up traffic first and then invest in them? What do you say?
I would recommend, if you don't already have, using WhatsApp as a channel. If you don't have enough traffic on the website, it's better to build a WhatsApp solution. You can start with just outbound messaging and then also build chatbots on top. That will be a better ROI solution for you. And also, it's also something that people want, like consumers. Also, all of us, prefer talking to businesses on WhatsApp these days. So that's something. If it's low traffic, then the website doesn't make sense, because the investment would not yield a return.
And what are the communities you were saying? You have the name. Is it to join?
Yeah, so I think there's different ones for different purposes. The ones that I am a part of are mostly founder driven, but I'm sure there's tons in every area.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Hello. All right. My question is, being an AI person, right, and digitization, data, AI, given the dependency that we have built right now, do you believe that there will be a point where you call singularity, right? And if yes, when do you think it's going to happen?
I don't think I'm intelligent enough to answer that question. I think, and I like to think that I'm not Elon or Mark who can give an opinion. I don't know, to be honest with you. You know, I think that I'm personally a little bit more, maybe that's my traditional sort of Indian banya brain, but I don't think about all these things. It's business karo, serve customers, make them happy, build great products. You know, I don't anticipate anything like this happening for the next 5-10 years at least, and because that's important in the context of my business, right? So I don't think in the next decade we'll see something like that. Beyond that, like I said, I don't think I have the IQ to be able to foresee or comment on that. I think we should keep watching the movies and keep seeing what the bigger boys are saying to see what will happen. But at least the next decade, I don't know.
Thank you for being honest.
Yeah.
You mentioned about the on-prem solution.
Mm.
So it's not just the financial, but also the companies which are more deep into R&D.
Yeah.
Would require on-prem. So is Haptic on-prem solution? Is there an on-prem solution in Haptic?
Yes, yes. Like I said, I think 1/3 of our customers are now either on-prem or private cloud. So, and yeah, you're right, not only banking, even outside of banking. In fact, you know, two leading unicorns who have nothing to do with fintech, very different industries, they are on-prem because of various other reasons, right? And it's almost like becoming a non-starter now for a lot of customers. They are saying without this we won't even engage with you. So we have created something.
I would further ask a bit technical part.
Yeah.
So is it just the GPT part or any other open source LLMs you also deal with?
We use all.
Small LLMs.
We use all, right? So we use GPT.
Can it be a custom?
Yes.
Custom built?
Yes. Yes. So we're also doing SLMs, so small language models. We're also using open source. So we work across the entire stack, and that's where, if you read the news, you know, there was some in the first quarter calendar of this year, Jan, Feb, March. Accenture made more money in generative AI than all generative AI startups combined, right? And the reason was exactly that, which is that when they're deploying AI, now to take it from like this model to on-prem and deploy it, it requires a lot of services effort, right? So Accenture and companies are doing very well. Microsoft, the same reason, right? A lot of customers are preferring now to, instead of work with OpenAI, work with Microsoft because they will provide the private instance in Azure. Yeah.
What is your leadership style when you are guiding a lot of old and young people, as you told? The Indian environment is different, right? What is your leadership style?
That's a good question. It's evolved over a period of years. I think when I first started out, it was very American because I came from America. Rather, I'd worked there for 10, 12 years. So it was very, you know, we used to pride ourselves on the fact that we give people so much freedom and all of that, which was good. But I think over a period of time, I've become a lot more balanced. I think, you know, my style now is, I like working with people who are extremely high on the integrity benchmark. Everybody says that. I think most leaders and companies say that, but I really like, that's like number one, which is, you know, it's okay if people come and keep telling me that 20 mistakes were made. I would love to hear that. But I even the first sign of somebody trying to cut corners is something that for me is not acceptable. You know, so second is we give a lot of ownership to people, but then I also drive people pretty hard, right? So if you've been given a certain charter to work, I'll typically do either weekly one-on-ones that are an hour or every 2 weeks, half an hour. And that's a very straight up conversation. If something is not working per plan, then I drive people hard to be able to get there. And if they need something, then to whatever it takes to solve. And the third is we love getting people internally promoted through the ranks. That's our favorite. Most of my immediate leadership team is actually all internally raised over a period of years. I think we've had only one person externally, which was a CFO, which was required. But everybody else is internally grown up over the years. And we love giving them more responsibility than they're ready for. I love doing that, which is when they fail, but then sort of keep working.
So is that a strategy to retain the talent?
No.
How do you retain the talent? Once somebody is educated, then
No, absolutely. I don't worry so much about retention, honestly, because here's what happens. My strategy of retention of talent is just give them so much work, they don't have time only to think about anything else. So, basically, if you're very high on the integrity score, where you really come to work, show up, you love what Haptic is doing, you like working with me, then we have so much going on every day, right? That the first sign where like basically, most people who end up leaving Haptic is also a combination of they were not quite performing also. So it all sort of comes together at the same time. I think there's probably been 2 or 3 people in the history of, let's say, our company who left Haptic who I was truly disappointed to lose, right? Who I would have loved to find a way to retain. I got one of them back later. But otherwise, you got to, like, my biggest thing is you got to get people aligned around a very strong mission, right? Like, and that has to be repeated every single day, every single meeting, every single conversation, every single group discussion should be on the board. And if, as long as people are aligned to that, then they will not have sort of the mind space to think about anything else. That's what I really meant by saying that you keep them so engaged, right? And the first sign of not being engaged means either they're not performing or we are not doing it for them, and that's fine.
So how is your team?
Now we are about 280 people.
What is the leader to organization?
Leadership team, is management team is about 10, 11 people. And then below that, standard ratios, I think.
Core guys, core tech.
Half. 50%. 140 product tech, 140 sales marketing.
What was the reason to lose the 2%?
Sorry?
2%.
Yeah, the one that, one person wanted to move out of India. So I couldn't open an office where that person was going. So that was one. And the second was a misunderstanding, which I feel bad about. Learning. I was wrong.
The next 5 years, what do you think are the top 5 technology disruptions that would happen?
Besides AI, maybe we can sort of park that for a second. Because if you look at the AI stack, AI is the model. Below that, of course, you have the GPUs, and the GPUs, one of the biggest raw materials of GPUs is semiconductors. So that I think there's going to be a lot of work, a lot of disruption there in the semiconductor chip space. Pretty much 2-3 companies rule this entire market in the world, right? So I think there's going to be a lot of new disruption in that. I'm very excited to see what happens. I think, I'm also very eager to, not any technology disruption, more like an function disruption. I think the marketing function is going to really change. It's going to be very different. I think, and in fact, I almost feel like if, let's say, if you're in your mid-30s or mid-40s and if you've done marketing your entire life as a professional CMO or a marketer, I think you should be concerned because everything that you've learned is no longer relevant. Combination of the influencer, social media led marketing. The leading influencers in India today make about 50 to 70 crores a year, right? These are people, these are not actors, these are influencers. And they know how to market, right? They are the marketing engine now. and combine that with the AI wave, I think marketing is going to be very, very different, and the way marketing happens. So, yeah, if I tell my friends who are in marketing or seasoned marketers that you should just completely digitally transform yourself to something different. So I think that's going to be something exciting to watch. One area I'm very excited about, if you as a startup particularly, if you build a software company like ours, if the traditional approach is you build here and then you sell to the world. In fact, every VC will also say the same thing, right? That listen, India is only a small market, not as much and so on. But the one reverse trend that I am seeing, that I'm going all in on, both at Haptic as well as my investing business, is building software for India. So I actually think the trends are coming together where now you're going to see large companies get built that are building software products for Indian enterprise customers only. There's going to be 2-3 IPOs this year in that same context. And I think now the market is there, big enough, AI is here, economy is growing at a certain percentage. Our requirements have become very custom. Like not necessarily global products can suffice every single thing that we want to do. So the India SaaS for India or India software for India is a theme that I am personally very bullish on. Contrarian because most people still want to build for the US, but I think it's going to be very, very big. Yeah, I think I don't have a fifth one.
Thank you. Just to add to that, what do you think about this NVIDIA partnership with all the major companies? Then that will become the main. I'll say they will do the complete chip manufacturing, and with generative AI in the chip, will that not disrupt the other technologies which are becoming the supporting services of AI?
Yeah, I think look, anywhere where there is large amount of infrastructure required to set up a GPU unit, plant, manufacturing, I mean it's still going to be a big boys game, whether we like it or not. I think that's okay. I think there's still enough opportunities for startups or other companies to innovate on the application layer. Right? You build software, build great products, take it to market, listen to your customer. I think there's a lot to still do there. Let the infrastructure, manufacturing, and all of that be taken care of by the usual sort of 3, 4, 5 suspects.
And for all these changes in the future, what are the leadership literacies that are required for aspiring leaders like us?
So by literacy you mean like emotional qualities?
Knowledge, skills, digital literacy.
Just keep your eyes and ears open. I think that simple. We complicate things so much sometimes. I feel like if there's just a very you have. I think the biggest one maybe is, but what I meant by that was be extremely curious. Right? Keep your eyes and ears open is just learn. You guys are all here for that same reason, right? Which is great. So that's a great first step, honestly. That's what I try to do. Just be extremely curious about what's going on, where businesses are headed. By the way, the communities that I was talking to you about help a lot, right? Because the network that you build. Like I know so much about the education business just because I hang out with Mayank so much, and that keeps me slightly updated on what's going on. That helps me then tailor products for my company for education, as an example. So I think just being out there and being very, very curious in these times is, I think, extremely important. I always say that whatever I've done in life ever, the first time it will be a failure. The second time I will make 10 mistakes, and third or fourth time I'll get it right, because it's just that cycle of you keep learning and trying to get there. So I think that's for me is the biggest one.
How do you think, funny question, how do you create value for your fellow Indians or your countrymen, whatever purpose you have come, otherwise you would have been happy, nicely settled there.
You mean why did I move?
Yes.
Why did I move?
Yes.
I shifted back to India for multiple reasons. Patriotism is not one of them. So, yeah.
So how do you create wealth for your people? That's what I want to ask.
For haptic, of course, ESOPs, and you give them sort of a path. When Reliance invested in our business, I think about 50 people made money on ESOPs, and I think about 10-15 made wealth creation money, which makes me very proud. So I think that's the path for at least the team. And I think for I think as a nation, if you can, at least from my perspective, if you can create a great business and create value by listing it on our very active and exciting stock exchanges these days, where the US market is down by 10%, nothing happens to India. So, then everybody gets to participate in their value creation.
Do you invest in stock markets?
Not at all. Whatever I don't understand, I don't do.
Crypto, AI?
Nothing at all. I have never owned I'm probably one of the only people who's a tech entrepreneur who has never ever spent even 1 cent on Bitcoin or crypto. Never touched it. I bought 3 stocks 2-3 years back, getting excited, lost money, sold it, never touched it again. So all I do is run haptic and invest in startups.
So the 3 columns which we have, your operational investment and that 3 columns, what do you write? Investing activities, what do you write?
I just given it to somebody to put it in debt funds and mutual funds. Monthly report आता है वो 12% होता है, बस ठीक है होगा. No, I think my belief is I'll create more value even in terms of wealth by focusing on doing things that I'm good at. I think I'm good at. So I think if I invest 100% of my time in just haptic and investing in startups, it will create 15x more value than if I was to 1 year from 12% go to 14% on IRR in my stocks or whatever. So very good question, because not much. Right now we're going through a bit of a cycle आपका, what is that, innovation curve, peak of inflated expectations होता है, फिर उसके बाद आता है trough of disillusionment. We are right now in trough of disillusionment, where at this moment not much, to be honest. I think it's a bit of a wait and watch approach. Look, AI videos should have taken off by now. They've not as much as it, like everybody's not building videos using AI, right? So I think that's a little slow because it's expensive. So they're figuring out between, obviously OpenAI and YouTube's and are figuring out how to make it cheaper. But yeah, I think right now it's a bit of a, like I said, that period where everybody's watching, waiting, seeing what happens, what takes off. But I think we'll find answers over the next 6 months. That's a good question. What industries are underutilizing AI? Retail. I think there's a lot of stuff you can do. But in the initial reaction of a retail company or retailer is, I have stores. मेरे से मैं क्या करूँगा AI का, right? But I think there's a lot of applications. Like one I came across the other day, which was very fascinating in the US. One retailer is doing a pilot with another vendor, not ours, where they're basically putting like this small chip on every in-store retail salesperson's t-shirt. So, and what this chip will do is basically real-time listen to the conversation between a customer who comes to the store and the person, do insights, analysis, and report back feedback to the store salesperson of, okay, listen, here's what worked, here's what did not work, maybe next time you want to try this, and so on. So, simple application, interesting, let's see. But I think there's a lot, like if people just step back and think deeply, there could be a lot of things you could do in retail, supply chain of retail, a lot of stuff to be done, but we're very underutilized right now. I've realized ethical implications change from person to person and not industry to industry. So, like we'll find like you would think that new age economy, unicorn companies have low tolerance on ethics, maybe because they want to move fast. Doesn't matter. If you find a person over there who has certain mindset, sometimes even they have very strong points of view, versus sometimes in a bank you might find somebody who might have a different view. I think it comes down to the individual, is what my observations are.
Is haptic involved in GeoBrain product?
No.
You told something about space tech. Was there any startup or anyone who approached haptic for technology, AI technology?
No, I was referring more that that's a business that requires a lot of upfront investment to build. But no, I personally don't understand that space very much, but very exciting what's going on. Great, Shamira.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think in the interest of time, do you have it in you to do the activity, or
Do I have to get up?
no? You don't have to get up.
Do we have to run around?
Yeah, I'll run around. Okay, this is just a very small activity that we thought we'll do, considering, like I said, because just yesterday I saw this whole Furlenco thing and I saw haptic, powered by haptic. I thought I'll sort of create the activity around Furlenco, but we're not calling it Furlenco. But basically, let's just, for now, I'm just going to ask all of you to maybe split into three or four. If you'd like to have one tech person with you to have some kind of perspective there, that's great. Even if you don't want to have that, that's fine. So the idea here is, because we're saying you'd have tech, process and people that you want to align, there's a very short sort of problem statement that we have, that let's say Furlenco earlier had customer service which is provided primarily through phone calls and call centers, etc. And then they want to, and emails, and they want to move into let's say chatbot, right? And let's say this is what the background is, and what I would like, let's say one team which has the tech person to think of is, within AI, what technology would you like to sort of adopt to enhance customer support? Possibly try and develop a roadmap for that. Second person to think about is, what kind of strategies do you want to think about to upskill the workforce? And also, since there is any new technology coming in, there will be resistance to change. So if there is anything that you can think of to address that resistance to change, that's for the people person. And thirdly, what kind of processes do you want to set up within that organization to enable that tech to actually take off, right? Don't think about it way too much, because I know that it's been one really sorry?
It's like the tech, people and the process for the job.
Yeah. I can, what I can do is, I think it would be useful if, do any of you have your laptops by any chance? Okay. What I'll do is, maybe I can write it down here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So yeah, let's just look at these 3 questions. And so do you 3 want to be in one group? Okay. Sandhya and Sirish and maybe Anand can go with. And you 3 can be in one group. There's one more person, yeah. Then 4 can be in one group. So maybe we'll just take like 5 minutes. I think that should be enough. Just think about it. You just need to come up with like 2 or 3 answers. And of course, you don't get like marked for it or anything. It's just, what I was thinking is that since Aakrit has sort of worked on this to some extent, if his view of this, I'd like to sort of maybe get a sense of this based on what they come up with.
Done.
Also, if any of you have gone through the leading complex change content on the platform, this might help you. Do you have questions? Are you too fried to think? It's okay if you don't come up. You can just write it down, it's fine.
This is for customer support.
Yes, customer support, grievance redressal, you can think of it like that. You want hot water or something?
I'm good, thank you.
Yes.
So the concept has to be same, right? Three things, like, okay, one is technology, then the people, and then the process.
Yeah.
All has to be same, right? If different people working on different things, then how do we correlate each other?
No, as in, you think of all 3 for yourself.
Okay.
Then everybody will come up with their own solution.
Okay.
Sukanya. अरे वो I tried.
It's not fine.
Yeah.
I think he's also in your group. Yeah. So just to clarify, each of the groups has to answer all 3 questions. Yeah. Yeah. So. too much.
It's too much.
Yeah.
What time is supposed to wrap?
5 एक घंटे का एक और डिस्कशन सेशन करना है.
Discussion rather than force it on subject.
Yeah.
Make it just a discussion.
So ethical implication वाले you can just maybe just ask them. Yeah.
I will do that. I'm also more benefited. मालूम नहीं क्या discuss करेंगे. We could be all over the place.
Yeah.
They may not be as knowledgeable about it.
Yeah. There is no.
There's enough to discuss.
जी. Yeah, so 3 more minutes, guys. Accommodate to lower mode. क्या चीज़?
You can connect your laptop and then it shows the screen, right? I think this is just a digital class.
Yeah, very cool. This doesn't help that I write like Himalaya Parvat. Very sad.
So it's like the
It's like my life. Okay, everyone, yeah, I think we can start. Cool. Maybe each of us can, like each of the 3 groups can just answer the questions. So, can start with Prasad. You'd like to start? Yeah, okay, Thiru.
It would be amazing enough to do it in such a short time.
Yeah. No, it's like I said, even the manifesto, it's fine. We're looking to sort of move it later. Yeah.
So the question is how chatbot can be used for certain.
Yeah.
Right. So what we wanted to do is that we wanted to today that the problem is that today there is a lot of resistance for a common exam like NEET and things like that. How do we solve that with the chatbot? That is the objective. And so what we wanted to do is like how can we make the education system itself normalized, so everyone studies in their own mother tongue, okay, and then write exam in their mother tongue, whatever language, their own language, correct and evaluate in the evaluator's language. So this one translates in a way how the evaluation person also gets in his language. So the translations, it's a engine which can translate quickly to whatever language it is, so that the content doesn't change, the language alone changes. And this is what we wanted to do. And for that roadmap, what we are bringing is universities together on a platform, then technology people on one platform, and then the industry in one platform, because you need to bridge the gap between education and the job, right? So that's what we wanted to do. So we get people from here best and normalize them. So evaluate them, okay, and then bring them to a common platform so that they can produce content and evaluate content and all those things on a same platform. So we wanted to use chatbot there, and a platform like upGrad can play a role in that, in taking technology to students and staff and all those things. So this is our roadmap. And people when you say revisit all the existing talent, then validate and upscale, then use AR, VR kind of content, so that content is normal content, normalize the content so that everyone has access to the content, and then certify the people, those who make as well as teach content. Then process, how to accommodate change is that it is inclusive. Already the solution itself is more inclusive, taking everyone into constraint, and then learning in Indian language. So that's more like accommodative and inclusive. That's what our solution.
Got it. I think yeah. Yeah. So do you like to maybe?
No, I think it's an interesting use case. I think the only thing is that things like these, the only feedback I would have is that especially with chatbots and AI and frontier tech, usually I always advise people to start small, because it's anyways harder to implement, harder to get going, right? So maybe start with one small use case within the entire thing, and then build up from there. Especially because there's 3-4 different connecting platforms, it can otherwise take a long time to even get the first thing right. Also, what happens when we realize is, if you take one small use case live, everybody gets confidence that is working.
So, basically while preparing, we need to have many instructions from the clients. And first of all, we have to prepare plaint. That plaint should be flawless. If the plaint if there is any pitfall in the plaint, the entire case goes. So for that, what I would like to do is, there are already many case studies. There's a lot of literature. So as an artificial intelligence, we'll have all the data. Say in the case of marriage case. So in a particular case, we'll have that data and their marriage, regarding marriage case laws. Basing on that and on the inputs of this client, it's very easy to prepare. If you prepare the plaint basing on the existing data of the case laws, that will be very helpful. Understand?
Yeah.
So, just connecting the basic data and client needs, that will give a good preparation for this plaint preparation. So let it be introduced first of all for the advocates and as well as will be really helpful for the advocates.
Yeah.
It's a simple case study. It starts from simple.
Starts.
Thank you.
We didn't actually work on the use case, but we wrote
Yeah.
customer service support for any of the problems we have, which is rooted usually through the CRM of any company, right? So, for roadmap development for integrating chatbot, first we need to check the integration between the business processes itself from one maybe in the supply chain management between the transportation management and the logistics or something, whichever is missing between the two, that needs to be identified. And also we need to check the gaps along with the competitive market insights on what is there available and what is not available with us. We may need to develop those features first. And then opportunities or areas of improvement around, that processes itself, right? You're not understanding?
I wanted to check are you talking about a specific business or this is just
Just a case, right?
Okay.
So if I want to track, for example, if I want to track where is my courier, for example, right? So I will just have that courier number. That's all is currently what is there today. But I do not know the real time from where to where it is moving and all that, right? I can't see that real time insights.
Yeah.
So maybe that is where I need to integrate my chatbot with to understand where it is going probably today. And with people, I think we need to upskill the resources and reskill or enable continuous learning around how we can identify those gaps. And in the processes, we need to redirect those queries, whichever comes, which need human bias in the LLM itself. And then the last one is what Anand mentioned, processes to measure the values delivered through the chatbot. So these are the processes which we need to re-engineer to accommodate the change.
Got it.
It was very surface level. We did not take any deep use case for that, but we just went through the customer service as how it comes.
We just took the abstract of the background that you said, right?
Yeah.
And we
Any
started crafting
comments?
No, I think you highlighted the first point, which is very important, which is that what are the current systems and the CRM and how that operates. I think that's a very big step in figuring out ultimately then what to build. Lots of times.
How will the chatbot answer then if
Yeah.
it doesn't?
So lots of times we lose out on business because the customer says, let me first go implement my CRM. Only once that is implemented can chatbot come. So absolutely, you have a great point.
That's a very big step. It doesn't only involve just one-line statement here. Understanding what is your current systems and capabilities and what are you lacking in the market. You need to study a lot for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Last group, yeah.
Okay. So we took the Furlenco as itself as a use case.
Can't hear you, Bharat.
Okay, we took the Furlenco itself as a use
Yes.
case. Pertaining to that, we assume that there is a set of data which is already available. Probably look into two different ways of solving this chatbot-based solution, or moving to a chatbot-based solution. One is inquiry, and would be the grievance. And again, identify the personas. Basically, characteristics of renting the furnitures would differ from persona to persona.
Got it.
So probably examples of like a single, how he or she would rent it out, or couple based packaging, some small family or a big family. So based on this, probably build a recommendation engine. This would be sort of a initial MVP one sort of roadmap, I would say. And key actions over the resistance, I would say this would actually reduce the overhead or the time required for or the load on the customer support team. And again, he mentioned like we can have levels like level 1 and level 2 can be mostly managed by the chatbot. Probably if needed, we can bring in any of the human-based assistance if required. That is one thing what we thought in short time, and other than that, the process of re-engineering.
The feedback process will keep through independent executive analysis. Of course, that has to be seen. Second thing is the quality check, like what is the service delivery. That has to be also independent module. And of course, value delivery and personalized feedback. That also has to be integrated in the check.
Yes.
That's what probably processes which is required. And of course, how much money we make out of it. That also has to be independent module. In this
Good. Aakrit, any comments on the? Actually, the whole point of this is for us to actually use this as an opportunity to maybe understand how this case study is actually implemented, and was there anything that was similar to what all of us have thought that actually came up when
it's interesting that in all the conversations that you probably brought this up right towards the end, but nobody spoke about ROI as much. ROI, which is but maybe I think and we've realized that a lot of customers do miss that initially when they're evaluating it, because the excitement for a solution is so much sometimes that you forget to ask the important questions. But I think that's a very important part of now almost all our customers who work with us, there's upfront communication. We actually help them build a business case.
Right.
That if you were to deploy, this is what will happen, these are the number of questions that will get deflected, automated, answered, and then eventually what does that lead to in savings or revenue generation.
Right.
So I think that's a very important aspect that you want to do when you're implementing something like this, or any AI solution for that matter.
Got it. Any other sort of comments on any of the solutions?
No, I think in the few minutes that we had, we did a great job.
Yeah, I didn't want us to get overwhelmed because everyone's done a lot of thinking today. Everyone sort of worked on a manifesto for themselves.
Cool.
So, I think that's about it. Thank you so much, Aakrit, for being a part of our orientation sessions. It was really wonderful to hear about all of the different perspectives that you could bring in, and also thank you so much for joining, even though you're not really feeling all that well. I hope you feel better soon.
No, thank you so much. Thanks a lot for having me. It's been great. Wish you all the best.
Imagine how much sense you make around this.
I am looking forward to my bed right now.
Aakrit, the mic.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, if you like.
Sure.